the rule of law be adhered to, and that ballots be counted and, if appropriate, recounted in accordance with the law.
Dean, it's going to be too short a visit this morning. We hope to get you on in the coming days. Dean Tokaji with us from the University of Wisconsin Law School. We really want to have a longer conversation with him, but the news flow right now is absolutely extraordinary. John, we can recapitulate the markets, but we've missed is there's absolutely one news flow this morning on presidential vote count, and that is a narrowing gap in Georgia where Mr. Biden is not there yet, but he has shrunk that gap in Atlanta, in Fulton County.
Well, I think as Lisa and others and Mike Schumacher moments ago have pointed out, Tom, there's still a narrow path for a whole range of things to happen here, including the Democrats taking the Senate. Now, I understand that's a really narrow path still, Tom, but that's still on the table, just about. There's also a very narrow path for the president to take the White House. So there's all to play for here as this counting continues. We are focused on a handful of states, but the one that I think we keep bringing up, Tom, for good reason, is Arizona. And Lisa, you asked the question on this about 30 minutes ago on Arizona, and I think it's really, really important. Depending on what network you tune into, you will either see 264 or 253, depending on whether they have called Arizona.
Yeah, and if you look at it, it's about 88% of the vote has been counted. And the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots, unclear whether they'll skew as much to the Democratic side as they have in the past. The big question, John, we're also watching.
This market has called its decision. Equities up, dollar down, dollar weaker in a big way. Bloomberg Dollar Index down by 0.8 of 1%.
Crushed.
From London and New York this morning. Good.
जवानी की दहलीज पर कदम रखा ही था कि जिम्मेदारियों का बोझ इतना ज्यादा हो गया कि मेरे कंधे झुकने लगे थे। मैं गिरने ही वाला था कि तभी एक आवाज सुनाई दी, अभी नहीं, अभी तो और चलना है तुम्हें। फिर क्या था, मैं चल पड़ा। लेकिन आजकल जिंदगी मेरे साथ अजीब और गरीब खेल खेल रही है। अब आप पूछेंगे किस तरह का खेल, जीते या हार गए? तो मैं आप सभी को बताता हूं कि जब जिंदगी हमारे साथ कोई खेल खेलती है तो भला हमारी जीत कैसे हो सकती है। और रहा सवाल कि किस तरह का खेल, तो मैं आप लोगों को कुछ बताना चाहता हूं। आजकल हर रोज एक नई सुबह एक अजीब सा सवाल लेकर मेरे सामने खड़ी होती है। सुबह से शाम हो जाती है पर जवाब नहीं मिलता। हद तो ये हो गई है कि मुझे रात में सोने से भी डर लगने लगा है, और सिर्फ इसलिए कि अगर मैं सो गया तो अगली सुबह फिर वही सवाल मेरा इंतजार कर रहा होगा। अब आप पूछेंगे कि ऐसा कौन सा सवाल है जिससे मुझे इतना डर लगता है, और उसका जवाब ढूंढने में ही पूरा दिन बीत जाता है। अरे ये वही सवाल है जिसमें फंस कर न जाने कितने नौजवान हर पल घुटते रहते हैं। और अपने सपनों और जिम्मेदारियों की चक्की में हर पल हर रोज पिसते रहते हैं। और वो सवाल है, क्या है जिंदगी? आखिर क्या है जिंदगी?
सपने लेकर किधर चला, इसके सिर पर है नाचे कौन सी बला, हर जगह ये ढूंढता है और खुद से ये पूछता है, क्या है ये जिंदगी, जिंदगी, क्या है ये जिंदगी, क्या है ये जिंदगी।
यारा ले प्यार साडा दिल बोलदा, यार नहीं हो यारा दा स्वैग बोलदा, एरिए च ठोक पूरी शौक इंडिया, सेंटर ओनू लैम्बोर्गिनी च तोलदा, पूरी आ चढ़ाई बाबे दी है किरपा, ताइयों यार होने करी जांदे कहर ने, टैमे आने उंदे देखी चक देने आ, बिना गल्लों पाई बैठे जेड़े बैर ने, कैडलैक विच किकर दी बेस वजदी, धरती ते बिल्लो लगदे ना पैर ने, कैडलैक विच किकर दी बेस वजदी, धरती ते बिल्लो लगदे ना पैर ने। नीवा देख के मैं कदे यारी नहीं होन लाई, शौकियां थले दा मैं उड़ारी नहीं होन लाई, नीवा देख के मैं कदे यारी नहीं होन लाई, शौकियां थले दा मैं उड़ारी नहीं होन लाई, यारा ਲਈ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਸਦਾ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਬੋਲਦਾ, ਵੈਰੀਆਂ ਲਈ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨਾਗ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਨੇ, ਟੈਵੇਂ ਆਉਣੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਚੱਕ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ, ਬਿਨਾਂ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਈ ਬੈਠੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਰ ਨੇ, ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ, ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ, ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ, ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ। ਜਿਗਰਾ ਪਹਾੜ ਜਿਹਾ ਸ਼ੇਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਹਾੜ ਜਿਹਾ, ਰੋਬ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਦੇਖ ਕਬੇ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜਿਹਾ, ਏਰੀਏ ਚ ਸਿੱਕਾ ਚੱਲੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਜਿਹਾ, ਈਗੋ ਛੋਟੀ ਦਿਲ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਜਿਹਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਐਂਡ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਆ ਵੈਰਾਂ ਦਾ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੈਰ ਨੇ, ਟੈਵੇਂ ਆਉਣੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਚੱਕ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ, ਬਿਨਾਂ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਈ ਬੈਠੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਰ ਨੇ, ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ, ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ, ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ, ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ। ਪਿੰਡ ਤੇਰੇ ਯਾਰ ਦੀ ਉਗਾ ਕੇ ਰਹਿਣੀ ਏ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਉੱਠਣੀ ਤੇ ਪੈਣੀ ਏ, ਪਿੰਡ ਤੇਰੇ ਯਾਰ ਦੀ ਉਗਾ ਕੇ ਰਹਿਣੀ ਏ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਉੱਠਣੀ ਤੇ ਪੈਣੀ ਏ, ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਸਿਰਾ ਸਿਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ, ਮਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮੌਤ ਮੁੱਲ ਲੈਣੀ ਏ, ਬਿਨਾ ਵੈਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਅੱਖਰ ਨੂੰ ਪੈਣੇ ਛੱਡਣੇ ਆ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਆਉਣੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਚੱਕ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ ਬਿਨਾ ਗੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਈ ਬੈਠੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਡਲੈਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਕਰ ਦੀ ਬੇਸ ਵੱਜਦੀ ਧਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੈਰ ਨੇ
dependent on the government in this way. Sure, lots of people will agree with you, but for the moment, Tom, it has been sustainable, and I imagine it will be into New Year too.
Well, what we're going to do here because of schedules, and John, I just totally agree, and Kenneth Rogoff of Harvard was heated this morning on the need to continue to provide stimulus in America. We're going to have Kevin Cirilli with us. He's buried in the election details right now. We've got reporters at the Biden camp in Philadelphia and Arizona as well. But right now, Eric Friedman joins with U.S. Bank Wealth Management, their chief investment officer. Eric, you write acute notes of the moment. How do you take this news cacophony and create any form of long-term perspective?
Tom, I think the most important thing is to compartmentalize the issues in front of us. We really think there are four things in front of us. Number one, the election event risk, which we're talking about right now. Number two is the pre-vaccine and likely COVID spread to follow. And then we have Inauguration Day. No matter who is going to be the sitting president, we have that agenda we have to digest. And then we actually have the event risk of the vaccine. So bottom line for us is that you have to really compartmentalize those four time periods and then think about what does life look like in a steady state after all this is behind us. So that leads us, Tom, to think about our positioning. And I think that there have been a lot of changes in the last 48, 72 hours that have really caused us to rethink what we're doing for clients right now.
All right, Eric, how are you changing your portfolios, or at least thinking of doing so, in the wake of what we just saw this week?
You know, the biggest thing, Lisa, is number one, and you've been all over it this morning, is the effect on the dollar. And if you look at, for example, DXY or renminbi or the various charts you've been referring to this morning, there is a literal trapdoor at DXY 92.5 down to 88, which we haven't seen since the early part of 2018. If that happens, we frankly don't own enough international equities. And if you look at where we are in EM, to Jonathan's point from earlier this morning, EM has a great fundamental story. That data is getting better. That data is getting better on our metrics as well. So that for us is probably a higher conviction idea. But the lower conviction idea that we may get bullied into thinking about even further is what about Europe and Japan? Those fundamental stories are not great. COVID, as well as demographics and economic activity, not great. But if we see both intervention and if we see a Biden presidency that does reach out to the other side, that could be bullish for Europe and Japan.
The yen crushed moments ago. Strong yen, 103.64. And John, this is the most intelligent thing I've heard on markets in the last 2 days. Do we own enough international?
It's a huge question, but Eric, we've got to get our hands around why we're seeing this dollar weakness before we get to the next step of trying to understand whether we should buy international. My interpretation of things at the moment, Eric, isn't just a position squeeze. It's that people think we do get a Biden White House, and they think it's a more predictable, softer foreign policy around trade and China and all that good stuff. Now, Eric, I just wonder how much that will influence the US dollar without really thinking about what the global cycle more broadly is going to look like into 21.
Yeah, I think that nails it, Jonathan. The other consideration I'd throw into the mix is what does this mean for QE, both in terms of timing as well as size? And you mentioned that Chair Powell may have a real desire to be more forceful today, but he really can't be as we're still thinking about how these events unfold. So I think that there was a significant concession yesterday by Mitch McConnell when he said that we should come back to the table before too long, before year end, and that is a concession, but that also may mean just less, maybe it's quicker stimulus, but it actually may just be less on a gross basis. So those are things that we think will have more of a negative impact on the dollar. But again, if we come back to the long term, the steady state that we're thinking about after all this short term risk, We still think that U.S. productivity is better than the European and Japanese stories. So, again, it could be more of a trade or a rental as opposed to a long-term strategic buy from us. So those are the things we're pondering in our investment committee right now.
Well, let's talk about what's happening in the FX market just briefly on my screen. Through G10, the dollar weaker against everything. Through EM, weaker against pretty much everything. The Turkish lira unchanged. Even the Turkish lira is unchanged on the morning. That tells you a lot about things at the moment if you've been following this FX market. Eric, my question to you then, when do you make the decision? You just said you're all having that conversation internally. There's some people itching right now, looking at the price action, thinking, I'm missing out. I've got to chase this. When do you make that call?
I think there's probably two big considerations, Jonathan. Number one is you have to think about your end size. So if we were to really take an overweight equity position and build into it over time, if we were going to go to 600-800 basis points over our benchmark, doing so right now may be a worthwhile conversation. Again, we know that or we shouldn't say we know, but we think that there's a likelihood of more COVID spread, more risk, and of course our hearts are with those impacted by that. And so that is going to be a headline negative. But our market's looking through that. The other thing to really think about in terms of that next leg into this trade is when will the vaccine arrive? That is an estimate or a forecast that keeps being pushed out further into 2021. So I think that piecing into it in tranches, and I think that thinking about that right now makes some sense, but not feeling you have to be bullied into buying breakouts right now to get to a full position. That's the way that we're thinking about it right now.
Eric, just tremendous. Allowing us into the conversation this morning. We appreciate it. Eric Friedman, US Bank Wealth Management Chief Investment Officer. Lisa, it goes back to something you touched on an hour or so ago, just the sequencing here. You've got to compartmentalize different things and just work through the sequencing. We've got to get through this risk event, still working through it, still counting. After that, you've got to get to the pre-vaccine, post-vaccine period over the next several months, if it is indeed several months. Then after that, the next move.
Yeah, but I think your comment to Eric was right. I'm really grateful to get inside their heads and inside some of those conversations, the idea that this was a pivotal election, a pivotal moment, and people are still processing the implications, not yet necessarily ready to make the move and pull the trigger.
Let's whip through this price action then this Thursday morning. Good morning to you all. The counting does continue. This market is making its move. That does not mean we have got a call to make on this White House or on Congress either. Equity futures are up 1.84%. We advanced 63 points. In the FX market, the euro is stronger. Pretty much everything is against the US dollar today. Euro dollar 118.50. And in the bond market, 0.76% is your yield. I'll do what Tom Keene didn't do a little bit earlier.
Bitcoin?
Happy birthday to the wonderful Mrs. Keene. Happy birthday. Equity futures up. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Joe Biden is just one battleground state away from becoming the next president of the United States. Biden already won 2 key prizes in the Midwest, the states of Michigan and Wisconsin. That puts him at just 6 electoral college votes away from the 270 that he needs. His best chance appears to be in Nevada, where he holds a lead over President Trump. For the president to be re-elected, he would have to win all the battleground states that haven't yet been called. President Trump's team is pursuing a contradictory legal strategy. The president is trying to stop vote counting in states where he's ahead, but he is demanding counting or recounting where he's losing to Biden. The president has repeatedly claimed that there's widespread fraud in voting by mail. And new lockdown restrictions take effect in England today. They'll enforce the closing of pubs, gyms and non-essential shops. Household mixing also will be restricted. Parliament gave its blessing to the new rules after Prime Minister Boris Johnson warned that England faces the, quote, risk of mortality on a grievous scale. That record-setting $35 billion IPO by Ant Group reportedly will be delayed by at least 6 months. That's according to the Financial Times, and was supposed to begin listing its shares in Hong Kong and Shanghai today. But earlier this week, Chinese regulators put that offering on hold. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much.
Former Vice President Joe Biden there weighing in on the vote as the counting continues. For our audience worldwide, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Bramwitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. 1 hour and 12 minutes away from the opening bell. Let's get into the price action just very, very briefly. In the equity market, a tidy rally over the last few days, a huge rally on the Nasdaq. The S&P 500 up 64. We add another 1.85% to the S&P. That sell-off in the US dollar, just as this session grows older, that sell-off gets bigger and bigger. Euro dollar 118.46. We are positive there 1 percentage point. That is a stronger euro. Will the president join a very lonely post-war club with Ford, Carter, Bush Sr., Tom Keene, incumbent presidents that did not get that next term come election day? The counting continues. The political pundits, I've got to say, they have had a huge, huge dose of humility. You've got to think about what they've had to swallow after staring at polls for the last 2 months, Tom, that said this would be a wipeout at one point. They don't want to call this. No one wants to call this because the votes are still being counted. This market, though, Tom, is making its move in a big way.
Yeah, the market is voting right now. There's no question about that. I would point out yen, absolutely stunning over 2 standard deviation moves. Strong yen, well under 104, 103.71. It is rare that you see that. We've seen too much of him. Our Kevin Cirilli joins us now, our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, there's Georgia. We could talk about Georgia. I'll give you an open call here. What state are you focused on now?
Well, in the short term, let's just go through the TikTok. At 10:30 Eastern time, New York time, we're going to hear an update from Georgia's Secretary of State with the latest round of additional votes that come in. So that's in just more than 2 hours when we should get additional votes count, or at least an update on the timeline of Georgia and the battleground state. Then at about noon Eastern, we're going to hear from Clark County, Nevada. Of course, that's where Las Vegas is. The overwhelming majority of votes in the battleground state of Nevada. That's going to really still potentially push Joe Biden to the magic number of 270 in the Electoral College count. But then this evening, 9 p.m. Eastern, and this is where it gets interesting, is when you're going to have Arizona provide a final update with regards to Maricopa County. Now, the Trump campaign has been saying that they feel that Arizona could potentially still go their way, but we'll know. We'll have a lot more clarity, I should say, by 10 o'clock New York time tonight once all of this data comes in.
Kevin, one of the reasons why you're so great is you walk the halls of Capitol Hill and people say, Kev, what's going on? And you say to them, what do you really think of this election and the result? For the Republican strategists that you speak with who say, hey, Kev, are they saying, all right, you know what, Trump has lost, Biden has won? Or are they still saying, you know what, President Trump is right and some of these states could be battlegrounds, including Arizona?
And I want to be careful here because there are definitely still a large number of Republicans that I speak with who are very much forcefully fighting with the president, whether it's Eric Trump and Rudy Giuliani yesterday in Philadelphia. But that said, I did yesterday speak with one source who works in the halls of Congress, as you just alluded to, who told me that there is a palpable frustration with how the president communicated on election night with regards to, and in the hours that followed, in claiming certain victories that, quite frankly, the results have not been finalized. They have not come in yet, and there's a frustration on that. Meanwhile, with that frustration, there's also an excitement about the potential of midterm elections in 2022, and also about the strong night that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell had in terms of defending seats with Senator Joni Ernst, Senator Susan Collins, and Senator Lindsey Graham, three that immediately come to mind in which there had been questions about whether or not they would. I thought Kevin McCarthy, who is the leader, of course, of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, noting about the 7 or so seats as of now that Republicans picked up in what will still be a Democratic majority in the House, but expanding their gains and diversifying in terms of the Republican caucus with the addition of several women as well as minorities in the House of Representatives. There's this sense of there has to be patience and waiting in terms of what happens with the presidency, but there's also this sense of it was not the blue wave that could have been for Democrats. And there's still a narrow path to that happening, but there wasn't this massive blue wave tsunami of sorts in Congress,
well,
Lisa.
It'll be much to talk about in the coming days. Right now, we've got to continue counting votes. Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much. Our Chief Washington correspondent. This is a joy. Rick Mishkin joins us now. Frederick Mishkin of Columbia University, the former Federal Reserve governor, and we can wax philosophical about the Fed, about our central bank. Forget about that. Let's wax philosophical about his wonderful textbooks on policy. He has thought more than anyone I know about policy and linking it into the American good. Rick Mishkin, does Mr. Biden run a traditional Democratic Party, Democratic president policy, or does he have to carve a new path if he's elected?
Who knows? It's so complicated, and that what's happened has been a real polarization, not just in terms of Americans, but with the parties themselves. So we've seen the right in the Republican Party go to quite extreme positions, and we've seen the left in the Democratic Party do the same thing. And Biden is a centrist, but it's going to be very complicated, and particularly that the Senate will almost surely be a Republican Senate. So getting anything done is going to be very difficult. I do think that there will be some stimulus that will be put in place because it's really clear-cut, I think, from both parties that something needs to be done. But it certainly won't be what the Democrats would have liked if, in fact, there was a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president, because there's certainly not going to be the kind of money going to the states that the Democrats initially wanted. So it's a very complicated environment for him. I think it's going to be very tough for Biden, who's, I don't necessarily think that he's a super strong person. He's got a tough job to do, and of course, it's not absolutely sure that he's going to win the election, but it looks increasingly likely.
The counting continues. He has his nose in front just about at the moment, Rick. The choreography this morning in the United Kingdom was phenomenal. The Bank of England makes its call, pulls the decision early. The Chancellor of the Treasury follows up. They work hand in glove, almost perfectly, over the last several hours. Rick, do you assume that the Federal Reserve and the person leading that institution is going to be much, much closer to the president and whoever that president might be, not just through the next 4 years, but over the next several decades?
Well, I think that there's clearly an issue in terms of the relationship between Jay Powell and Donald Trump was not good at all. We've never seen quite the vociferous attacks that we've seen from President Trump. In fact, mentioned my textbook, in my new edition coming out, I have a whole new section on presidential attacks on the Fed and how unique these are. There have always been some attacks, but these are really very unique. So I think certainly that if Joe Biden is elected, that the relationship between the Fed and the president will be much better than it will be been before. In fact, I think that Joe Biden will just leave the Fed alone and let it do its job. Now, in practice, it really hasn't influenced very much what the Fed's done, the criticisms of Donald Trump. But it does politicize the Fed. So hopefully there'll be a little less politicization of the Fed. I think that would be a good thing. But we'll have to wait and see. I think the Fed has a very tough job right now. They basically are out of tools. That the action really has to come from federal government spending, and that's something the Fed can't control. They clearly want more expansionary policy from the federal government, but who knows exactly how much that will be.
Well, when you say that they're basically out of tools, Professor Mishkin, this is really important. A lot of people are saying they are out of tools, but it doesn't mean they're not going to act further, whether it's expanding the balance sheet or playing around with other ways of stimulating the economy. Do you expect them to double down on their existing policies, even if they are not proving to be effective in actually stimulating economic growth?
Well, it's a key issue is what do you mean by effective? That you're supposed to do what you can to help. It's just that you have to be aware that the tools are not sufficient at this point. This is one of the problems that occurs when we hit what we call either the zero lower bound or effective lower bound on policy rates. You can't go much below zero. In fact, countries that have tried to go below zero, it's not all clear that actually even helps. So the Fed has an issue. It can do things through its asset purchases and its lending. In fact, I thought that the Fed performed brilliantly in the early phase of the coronavirus pandemic, but to make sure that we didn't have another depression. To be honest, that things were very scary right then. Luckily, the Fed had basically done war games by actually figuring out what to do. It took them about 18 months in total to do everything during the global financial crisis. They were able to basically do it in 2 weeks. So that was very helpful. But all that could do is stabilize the situation. Getting the economy to bounce back when the coronavirus seems to be getting worse. I mean, my view is right now what's happening in the economy, it's all about the coronavirus pandemic. Clearly, we have not handled this particularly well, and it has actually, we're now at record level cases. I think it's going to get much worse in the winter. Just think about people getting together at Thanksgiving and then not being able to go outside when it gets really cold. I think it's going to be pretty grim, and that's going to be a real problem for the economy. And the Fed basically is going to do what it has to do, but on the other hand, it can't solve the problem, and that's why we actually need action from the federal government.
Rick, we would love to get you back on the program soon. We appreciate your time this morning, sir. Frederick Mishkin there, formerly of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. If you're just tuning in, here's the state of play. In about a minute or so, we will get initial jobless claims in the United States of America. The counting does continue. If you're following the Electoral College votes, what we're calling at the moment from the Associated Press, and it's very, very clear on that we're following the Associated Press here, 264 to 214. What you might see elsewhere is 253 to 214 because they're taking off those 11 Electoral College votes from Arizona, which some people still think is too close to call still, Tom. So a handful of states in the mix at the moment that are still very, very too close to call, and a lot of ballots still to count through. So the counting will continue. The counting will continue. But this market, as you said, Tom, is voting. This market is voting and has been voting for the last several days now, and assuming that we will have a Biden White House.
It's a correlated voting. Look at renminbi out to new strength just moments ago, 6.6063. John, I've never seen a move in China like that.
Let's get to the price action. 20 seconds out from that initial jobless claims data in the United States of America. Here's the scene for you. Up 61 on the S&P. We advanced 1.8%. The outperformance coming from big tech. The Nasdaq flying. The dollar dying. Euro dollar 118.37. A weaker US dollar. And in the bond market, yields unchanged. 0.7562%. That's the price action. Here's the data. Claims out on time. Here's Michael McKee.
We're just getting the numbers in now. 751,000 in terms of jobless claims, 7,285,000 in terms of continuing claims. At this point, it doesn't look like we're seeing a significant improvement. The 751 matches what we saw last week, although we're waiting to see, and I probably have this right in front of me here, in terms of what we saw last week. Yeah, last week was revised up to 758. So a minor change in terms of the revision lower, but we're still holding in that mid-700s range, which suggests that we are still seeing some problems. A lot of states have worked to correct any kind of misfilings, fraudulent filings, and errors, and we're not seeing things fall. The continuing claims do fall a little bit, but it looks like what's happening there is people are just using up their 26 weeks of benefits and moving on to the pandemic emergency program. That rose by 277,000. So at this point, we're still seeing jobless claims suggest the economy has slowed.
Michael McKee, we're going to see productivity as well. Buried in those many ratios is unit labor costs. What does it say about the wage dynamics of America?
Well, it's kind of hard to get a clear reading on it, Tom, in the sense that we're seeing people who make less drop out of payrolls and people who make more remain paid. So we haven't gotten the numbers yet from the Commerce Department, but the labor costs should rise a little bit because of that dynamic. If we're losing more waiters and waitresses and holding on to more architects, we'll see higher unit labor costs, but it doesn't really mean a lot because at this point, costs are still very low for American companies.
Can you just build on that, Mike, in terms of the trend that we've seen? When we look at these jobless filings, some people say, haven't we run out of people to file for jobless claims at this point? Are these the individuals being cut by, say, Boeing or Exxon, some of these industrial companies that are making cost cuts, versus the waiters and waitresses out there trying to survive in an era where you cannot go to a restaurant?
Yeah, I imagine it's a mix of both, Lisa. At this point, you're seeing a lot of big companies that announce layoffs. Those usually sort of take place over a period of time, and we're kind of getting into that. The airlines went through it a couple of weeks ago. But we're still seeing, you just walk around New York City, you can see the restaurants that were open a couple of weeks ago closing up. And a lot of people are warning this is happening all over the country because people are coming back and finding their business isn't viable now. So the question is, when does that stop? When do you finally get to an equilibrium point? Obviously, we're not there yet.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. And of course, Mr. McKee, very much focused on the Fed meeting this afternoon. We would hope that he will have a terse question for the chairman of the Federal Reserve System. Always with questions for the Fed is Peter Hooper. He is with Deutsche Bank and their global head of economic research. What a thrill to speak on one day to David Folkerts-Landau and now to his colleague, Dr. Hooper. Peter Hooper, there is so much to talk about, but I need to immediately go to the cautious view Deutsche Bank has had on the American economy. Do you reaffirm that within this political moment?
Yes, Tom. Near term, certainly things are starting slow. We had a very good September, but the data for October have begun to soften. And what we're seeing in the labor market right now, I think agrees with that. This morning's number certainly in line with the sense that the labor market is not improving further. ADP number yesterday, 365, says we may get some downward surprise, downward drift in payroll gains on Friday as well. So our sense is the economy is slowing to noticeably below the consensus expectation. Consensus still around something like 3.5%, 4% growth in the fourth quarter. We'd put it a bit under 1%, perhaps. Given what we're seeing now as some slowing in consumer spending, we had a drop-off in auto sales, some high-frequency numbers on apparel purchases, also pointing in this direction. What's happening here is that the drop in support, the unemployment benefit, the extra unemployment benefits came off in October. Household income growth has slowed substantially. We think households are starting to take it out of savings. So yes, we do think the economy is slowing near term, and the election results certainly at this point have taken out the upside risk on substantial fiscal stimulus next year.
Peter, what is the nature of gridlock right now? When you talk to Matt Lazzetti about an American Deutsche Bank view, does a gridlock get us closer to stimulus salvation?
Gridlock getting a stimulus salvation, I suppose depends on your point of view, but certainly we're not going to be getting anything like the $2, $3, $4 trillion packages that people were dreaming about under a blue wave. Mitch McConnell came out yesterday, said we have to put high priority in getting something done before the end of the year. The Republican Senate had been talking about a $500 billion support package. I think it's with the election results we're seeing at this point. My sense is, and with if the things turn out the way they seem to be leaning right now, if Biden is president, a president that's going to be trying to do something to bring the country together, to get something done here. Yes, you have a gridlock. You have a Republican Senate and a Democratic House with a Democratic administration, but you're going to have, I think, an effort to try to get things done. So I'm not quite as pessimistic as
Peter, still a lot of ifs. The counting continues. One thing we can look at is the economic data, the hard data, claims. We had the ISM out yesterday, services, the employment component. A little bit of sluggishness in the mix there, Peter. I just wonder from your perspective how you think the Federal Reserve, when they meet today, will actually pour through the jobs data we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
I think they'll be seeing an economy that's starting to slow. And this certainly tells you why Powell has been out front saying we need more fiscal stimulus at this juncture. It's an economy that's still hurting from the shock that it's faced, and the support coming off is going to be giving us a significant slowing of growth. It's not enough to get them to do anything today. I expect to see something. If the numbers come in the way we're anticipating, I wouldn't be surprised to see some action by the December meeting in terms of balance sheet, increasing the maturity of purchases, this sort of thing.
Wait, let's build on that, Peter. How much do you expect the Fed to potentially expand their balance sheet if there is no promise of fiscal support?
You know, on balance sheet, the first thing I expect is increasing the maturity of their purchases. On actually expanding from the pace of 120 billion per month, they told us that they would continue at least that pace. So certainly, if the economy is slowing, we could see some pickup on that. How much we haven't made a forecast on that yet, but wouldn't be surprised to see something. If we don't get any more fiscal support before the end of the year, if the economy is slowing to well below current expectations, yes, I think the Fed steps in and begins to do something there.
All right, so how big is the spread between the street's expectation currently of growth in the U.S. versus Deutsche Bank's house view of growth, given where we are politically, given where we are with the virus?
Okay, our current forecast is in the range of 0.5% for annual rate of growth in the fourth quarter. I think the latest Bloomberg survey that I've seen is in the neighborhood of 3.5% to 4%. So well above the numbers we're putting in there. We do see growth picking up next year to between 3.5% and 4%, even without the extra. I mean, we had viewed the possibility of a large stimulus package next year as an upside risk to our baseline forecast. At this point, we're looking at something in the half a trillion to 1 trillion range of fiscal stimulus next year, which supports that growth picking up into the 3.5–4% range, along with the assumption that we will get relief through vaccination and better testing.
Peter Hooper, great to catch up with you, sir. Thank you. Deutsche Bank head of Global Economic Research. Getting a headline in the last couple of minutes, Tom. Can't bring you much context around it, but the Trump campaign is to make a major announcement in Las Vegas. A major announcement in Las Vegas, Tom.
Well, we've just got some details in on this. This is a Bloomberg headline. We're going to go with it, folks. I mean, it's a movable feast. What's important here, John, is that Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. So this is not the president that will hold a press conference in Las Vegas, but the people around them. And you just wonder where it will go. And it's the beginning of this contentious process, isn't it? And right now I'm looking at the vote count, and I don't see any amendments. You know, John, we're looking at 8:45 East Coast time, so pretty soon as you click in, Cyrilli looking into the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, that news conference will be alongside the former Director of National Intelligence, Rick Rennell, the former Nevada Attorney General, Adam Laxalt, the Chairman of the American Conservative Union, Matt Schlapp, and the Nevada GOP Chair, Michael McDonald. I think, Tom, you can almost guess the direction of that particular news conference as the counting continues. And the counting does continue, and we don't have results in several key states. And, Tom, there are some issues around states that have been called that some people still think are too close to call. And the state we keep coming back to is Arizona. It's the difference between Vice President Joe Biden being on 264 or 253. The Associated Press called that yesterday. Fox News called it very early on. And the campaign and the president himself was said to be very upset with that decision. And it's still in the mix at the moment this morning, Tom.
68,000 gap. And, of course, the gaps are different with the percentage of the vote, the size of the vote. Nevada, off the top of my head, is a 1/3 smaller vote than Arizona. And, John, the gap in, Nevada, the gap is 7,000 votes roughly. So that'll be really interesting to see how that moves.
The Associated Press has it 264 to 214, and perhaps we get several key states finishing their counting. That counting continues for the next 24 hours. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Bravitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Here's the price action. What a rally we've seen over this week. Tuesday night, lasting a lifetime. That's how we open the show. That's how we start to close the show. Futures up 61, up 1.8% on the S&P 500. Euro dollar 118.34. We have a weaker dollar, substantially weaker dollar. And in the bond market, bonds bid over the last couple of days in a big way. Your yield, 0.75%. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Joe Biden is on the brink of taking the White House after wins in Michigan and Wisconsin. Biden now is 6 electoral college votes shy of the 270 that he needs to win. His best chance may be in Nevada, where he holds a lead over President Trump. The president's campaign is suing in Michigan and Pennsylvania to stop vote counts that have been trending towards Biden. The president could still be re-elected, but he would have to win all the battleground states that have not yet been called. Once all the votes are counted, it's still likely to be a divided U.S. Congress. Democrats' hopes of regaining control of the Senate have faded. Most of their attempts to defeat incumbent Republicans were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Democrats will retain control of the House, but will lose seats. In Portland, Oregon, hundreds of protesters angry about President Trump's challenges to the vote smashed windows at businesses. Governor Kate Brown declared it a riot, and she called up National Guard troops to help law enforcement handle the violence. And a grim milestone in the coronavirus pandemic. Daily deaths and new infections have set global records. Yesterday, it was reported that more than 10,000 people died from the disease, and the number of people reporting infections passed 600,000 in a day for the first time. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
when opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with Lacqua.
Votes do you have to be ahead to win, for a Republican to win here? How many votes do we have to be ahead? 400,000 is not enough? With 80+% counted, I think there's only 14% of the vote to go. We're going to win this election. We've actually won it. Just a matter of counting the votes fairly.
Rudy Giuliani there, the personal lawyer to President Trump, speaking in Philadelphia. A uniform approach from the Trump campaign in the last 24 hours, continuing to insinuate something that is so far very much unfounded. From London and New York this morning, good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Here's the price action. This market is confident about something. I think if you ask a political pundit right now, I don't think they've got much confidence about anything. Equities are rallying into the open once again. The Open, the programme, just around the corner. I'll be catching up with Bob Michael of JP Morgan Investment Management. Tom, looking forward to that chat.
Very good. Well, it'll be interesting as well. And again, futures up 63. What is definitive is we are counting votes. We are counting votes in Wisconsin and in Michigan, and then on to the mysteries of this Thursday. As John Farrow says in Election 2020, it is decidedly an extended Tuesday. Tuesday evening has never lasted so long, to steal from Mr. Farrow. Right now, we need to consider Michigan. We need to consider the state of the Michigan economy and the state of General Motors. And there is no one more qualified to do that than David Weston here with Ms. Barra. David?
Thank you so very much, Tom Keene. We now welcome the General Motors Chairman and CEO. She is Mary Barra. So, Mary, thank you for being with us. You have your earnings out just a short time ago. I think congratulations are in order. You exceeded expectations. People thought you'd come back. You'd come back more than people thought. Give us your perspective on what drove that. How much of that was General Motors and what you're doing at General Motors? How much of that was the economy and some of the massive stimulus that's gone into the pockets of Americans?
Well, thanks, David. It's great to be here. And, really, when you look at one of the key reasons was the GM team members. They have done just a phenomenal job across all areas of our business, working and demonstrating their commitment to the business, also prioritizing safety and following our safety protocols. And that has been a key ingredient to driving this very successful quarter. I would also say it's on the strong demand for trucks. A couple years ago, as we started to roll out our new full-size trucks, we talked about the fact that we were going to cover the whole market, both from a value perspective, but also from a feature perspective. That strategy is working out extremely well, and we see very high demand for our full-size pickups. at all levels, but especially in those high-end pickups with the AT4, for example, with the GMC. We also continue to have very strong cost performance, not only the specific austerity measures that we took because of the pandemic, but also the work we'd already been doing as part of the transformation. And then finally, GMF performed extremely well. So all of that coming together, I think our products, the discipline of the team, and our focus on costs is what allowed us to have this strong quarter.
Yeah, Mary, as you say, I looked at your waterfall chart there carefully, and some of it was price and some of it was cost savings. So well done. You have it balanced. Let's talk about trucks. They clearly powered you. You've talked about them for some time now, your pickup trucks. Do you have enough of them? Can you produce enough? What are you seeing in demand?
We're seeing strong and growing demand. And right now, we're building every truck we can make. But I think very shortly, you'll hear us taking action to how we're going to further our capability to build more trucks, because what we see is the demand continues to grow. We think the shift to trucks, especially with the luxury trucks, the premium trucks that we're offering for both GMC and Chevrolet, that is going to be a continuing trend.
So, Mary, you talked about the safety of your colleagues at General Motors. Is the coronavirus at this point inhibiting at all your ability to produce enough product, enough trucks?
Well, we've worked hand in hand not only with all of the GMT members, and I'm just so proud of the way everyone is following the safety protocols and staying safe, and I think they're even in many cases taking them home. Our employees tell us they feel safer at work than they do at a grocery store, and I think that speaks to what we're doing and their commitment to following the protocols that we jointly developed with the UAW and our peers across the industry. We've shared all that with the supply base, and that is allowing us to continue to make sure we have the parts necessary. It's a very dynamic situation, and we just work to address each situation as it occurs. But right now, really pleased with how the team is being creative to keep our ability to build as many trucks as we can.
Mary, looking out into the future, you have been consistent in saying an important part of the GM strategy is electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. Give us a little bit of insight into that, particularly as we are now waiting for a result on the election. Does it make a material difference to your strategy whether we have a Democrat or a Republican in the White House? Because they have very different approaches to things like fossil fuels and green energy.
We are 100% committed to EVs, and we're working to accelerate our EV transformation. I think some of the examples of that are the GMC Hummer EV, the Cadillac Lyriq, and then the Bolt EV as well. We also just recently announced a multi-billion-dollar manufacturing commitments at Factory Zero in Detroit-Hamtramck, the Ultium Cell LLC in Lordstown, Ohio, and then just most recently at our Spring Hill assembly plant in Tennessee. So we've got the manufacturing capability, we have great vehicles, and we've got the expertise and the technology with Ultium. Speed is vitally important as well, and that's why we're working so quickly. So regardless of who wins the election, we're going to continue on a rapid pace to transform to EVs.
Mary, you mentioned the Hummer EV. A lot of people out there are excited about that Hummer EV. How many pre-orders have you got so far?
The demand has well exceeded our expectation. As you know, this is a very premium entry, so we're incredibly pleased at the strong demand, and we'll continue to monitor that as we go forward.
And so, Mary, it's not just electric vehicles, it's also fuel cell. You announced a deal with Nikola. As I understand it, there's a deadline on that deal in December. Where are you on that right now? Do you expect to go through with it? And will there be material changes in the terms of the deal?
So right now we are in ongoing discussions with Nikola regarding the transaction. The transaction has not closed, and so we'll provide further updates at the appropriate time. But I think what's important to note is our fuel cell technology, the Hydrotech hydrogen fuel cells that we've developed with Honda. They are industry leading, and that's from external sources. And so we're going to continue to look for ways to not only commercialize our fuel cells, but also the Ultium battery platform, because I think that continues to advance our zero emission future.
Finally, Mary, briefly, do you expect a continued rebound in 2021? What are you looking at?
A lot depends on if we across the globe get the coronavirus under control, and we know what we need to do from a safety protocol perspective. So we're hopeful that we'll start to make some progress there. Obviously, in the United States, we're monitoring what will happen with additional stimulus. But if those factors if we get the virus under control and other elements stay on track, we think we can continue the recovery into 21, and definitely we believe we'll continue to see strong full-size truck demand.
Mary, it's always a great treat to get to talk to you. Thank you so much. That's Mary Barra. She's General Motors Chairman and CEO. Tom?
David Weston, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have new numbers from Georgia. These are important and an advantage to President Trump. This is a little bit of a blip, 1,600 votes for Mr. Trump added on and only 750 for Mr. Biden. So it's been Biden, Biden, Biden. There's good news for President Trump. Please stay with us through the day. This is Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. Good morning.
Do you think you'll have to produce less beer in 2021?
No, I don't think so. I think consumers will find a way. But I mean, if there are restrictions, but consumers, of course, are smart and they'll learn to live with those restrictions, I think some occasions will migrate.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the Open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bell with equities absolutely flying. We begin with the big issue. The counting continues this November 5th. Democratic nominee Joe Biden exuding confidence after flipping Wisconsin and Michigan.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
President Donald Trump seeking a recount in Wisconsin and filing lawsuits in Michigan, Pennsylvania and Georgia as his path to re-election continues narrowing. The former vice president closing in on 270, putting the White House within striking distance. The candidates now turning their attention to a handful of key states, including Arizona, Nevada, Georgia and Pennsylvania. Let's bring in the Bloomberg team, shall we? Kevin Cirilli and Sarah Ponzek join us now. Kevin, to start with you, sir, the difference between 264 and 253 is a big state called Arizona. Where are we?
And at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, Jonathan, likely is when we're going to get some more data coming from Arizona. The Trump campaign says that they believe that once all the votes are counted in Arizona, that the decision that some networks have made to tally it for the Democrats will be reversed. But of course, if you look at the data in Maricopa County, that traditionally has leaned Democratic. Let's take a look at the timeline of today, because I think a lot of folks are wondering when specifically we will get the influx in data. And if you see at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, Georgia's Secretary of State will hold a news conference as they begin to continue to tally some of their votes. Georgia has not yet been called, but that's in just under 90 minutes. We're anticipating that news conference from the battleground state of Georgia. Then noon New York time, Clark County, Nevada is going to give an update. Clark County is where Las Vegas is, where the overwhelming majority of votes cast in Nevada are tallied. And so that we'll find out some more clarity, some more data following noon. And then, of course, this evening, 9 p.m. Eastern, as I mentioned, is when we'll get some more data from Arizona. The bottom line, when I talk to sources on the president's re-election campaign, they feel that their path to 270 involves and includes winning Pennsylvania, winning Georgia, winning North Carolina, and getting that reverse decision in Arizona. In contrast to that, the Democrats truly believe that they are on the cusp, if not today, by tomorrow, of getting to the magic number of 270 in the Electoral College. Jonathan.
Kevin, the path to a second term in the White House might also include some lawsuits as well. We understand from reporting about 10, 20 minutes ago that the campaign will be making a major announcement in Las Vegas. We await that news conference in the next several hours. Kevin, what are you hearing from the campaign about their next steps in a state like Nevada?
Well, look, in order for the Trump campaign and for President Trump to get reelected, they have to pursue legal action. And they've been foreshadowing this for several weeks and months, really, to be quite frank with you. And so whether it was yesterday when the president's personal attorney, as well as the president's son, Eric Trump, and Rudy Giuliani appearing in Philadelphia, or this announcement that we're hearing in Nevada, if it's not a one-on-one state approach, then they will likely file a massive legal suit that would involve several states. I don't want to get ahead of this, though, because I think we don't have the suits in front of us. And to be quite frank with you, the sources that I've spoken with, Jonathan, there's a sense of confusion in terms of what specifically the legal case would look like, even amongst the Republicans on the re-election campaign. So until we have the legal document, I don't have anything more than just what the president has said publicly. And even he's given conflicting accounts of what specifically their legal approach will be.
Kevin, that's a sensible approach. That is a sensible approach this morning, I've got to say. Kevin Cirilli, thank you, sir. A sensible approach. Right now, anyone working in this world, political commentators, journalists, reporters like Kevin, very little confidence, conviction on anything. Compare and contrast that with the confidence in this market right now. Equities flying again, up 57 on the S&P. The Nasdaq up even more. Sarah Ponzek with us now for more. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, John. Good morning. Plenty of conviction in this market. Equity futures aren't just pushing higher. They're pushing higher strongly. S&P futures higher every single day this week, but not just higher every single day this week, up more than 1% every single day this week. Also, you look at Nasdaq futures, for example, pushing higher once again this morning, up 2% yet again in the middle of the largest four-day rally since April. Even over in Europe, amid rising COVID cases, amid government restrictions, we see the stock 600 up for a 5th straight day. That's the longest streak since April. And the Hong Kong Hang Seng, if we want to put this in a global view, just came off of its best day since July. Meanwhile, volatility just really coming in. The VIX dropping from a rock, dropping like a rock. It was up above 40 just last week. Now you look at the VIX right there, 26.93. Those short VIX bets are very much paying off. It was just a couple of weeks ago that we saw that put-call ratio on the VIX spike to a record high. Meanwhile, we see the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index lower for a 3rd straight day at the lowest since May 2018. As TD Securities' Mark McCormick put it, it's likely short-term that the U.S. dollar trades lower on the easing of geopolitical uncertainty. Meanwhile, gold is in the middle of its best week since July, and the 10-year just dropping too as those reflation bets come off. Now, speaking of those reflation bets coming off, that also means that secular growth trade is just back in vogue, and we see that with tech flying higher. Yesterday, the worst day for Russell 1000 value versus growth since 2001. As Dave Mazza over at Direction put it, the worst day for regional banks versus the S&P ever. That's including the global financial crisis. If you look at Nasdaq futures this week on track, just about matching the best rally since 2008. You see it right there. John, as you so eloquently put it on Twitter, a chunky 9% rally.
Yeah, 9% is just chunky these days, given what we've seen over the last several months, the last 9 months. Sarah, thank you. About 24 minutes away from that opening bell, equities up nicely. The election spilling into a 3rd day while America continues waiting and the markets continue rallying, seeing a bullish setup for risk assets.
The market is digesting what appears to be a split Congress and appears to be a little bit of gridlock.
Gridlock is good.
The market's now pricing in divided government.
That pushes markets higher.
In the markets is a endorsement of divided government.
It is quite amazing to see this rally across the board.
It's been a really strong rally.
This massive outperformance of the Nasdaq.
The rally in risk assets.
I actually find some of the risk assets, some of the yielding assets much more attractive.
People are trading on hope right now.
Things continue to be incomplete and we just have to wait.
Equities are going to continue to have a good run.
Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson joining us now on the phone for more. Mike, love catching up with you, and what a day for it as well. Mike, what's your read on the price action, not just of the last 24 hours, but of the last several days?
Yeah, thanks, John. Good to be with you here today. I mean, look, I think what's really interesting to watch is how the narrative changes, around the price action. A week ago, people were excited about a blue sweep, and now they're excited about gridlock, so let's make up our mind. Look, our view, whether it's right or wrong, I'm trying to be consistent with our clients, and I think we've been consistent in the last couple of months, that we think we're in a trading range for now. Okay, we've had a huge move out the lows, all for good reason, right? The recovery's here. Earnings revisions have been quite good. Rates have remained under control. Valuations have expanded. Okay, great. So, here we are again, right back at the top end of our range. So I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to tell you that at 3,500, the risk reward's not that good again. Earlier this week, we put a note out on Monday morning telling clients to add down at those levels. And that's all we can really do in this environment, is try to be disciplined around your entry points and not get whipped around by the price action and change your narrative based on that. So our narrative is the same, which is we think there's still some uncertainty as we go into year end. Some of it's around the election still. We don't know the outcome, but generally speaking, the election is going to get resolved, but we may have some uncertainty around that for another few weeks. We'll see. The other risk, though, or uncertainty is around the second wave, and that has not dissipated. All right, that's going to be with us for a while, and the vaccine and all that good stuff that's going to combat it. We just don't know yet. And so from a valuation perspective, our framework is clear. Around 3,500, we're kind of full, and that doesn't mean we're bearish and we want to divest all of our investments. But we're trying to be disciplined in this consolidation period, which we think is going to persist kind of through, the next month or so. And then we'll take our shots as the market comes to us. And we think we'll get more shots like that we got earlier this week.
Mike, I can only salute you for not coming up with a new narrative off the back of the price action, because I'm with you. I've been sitting here living it. Guests coming on saying that the blue wave would be bearish, then it was bullish, and now divided government is all good. If indeed that's what we get. And Mike, that's the story here. We're still counting. There are narrow pathways to a whole range of outcomes here down in Washington, D.C. I just wonder, on the conviction calls you have had over the last few months, the overweights that you've stuck with, financials, industrials, materials, how political dependent they are, how election dependent those calls are, Mike?
Well, I mean, clearly the political outcome will define, the magnitude of these moves. But look, our primary narrative, as you know, John, has been that the business cycle, basically dominates the political cycle, particularly when you're coming out of recession. So if you believe that, as we still do, then you should still be skewing your portfolios towards pro-cyclical industries, okay, and stocks. Now, that includes some of the growth stocks, too. Right? A good part of technology is pro-cyclical. So, you don't have to you can't just go all out of, growth and into value. That's not our call. Our call is that you want to be in securities, stocks that are levered to an economic recovery that's going to be, we think, somewhat explosive next year, no matter what the outcome is in the election, right? We're going to get more fiscal at some point. We're going to have a vaccine and other solutions for the virus, and there's going to be a massive reopening next year, and that's very constructive for the economy. So we want to have securities that are levered to that. And it may be some of the things that have not performed as well so far because they don't benefit from a lockdown. And that would be things like consumer services and cyclicals, things like materials and energy, and yes, even financials as rates we think ultimately will back up again, and things in the technology sector. One group that really popped yesterday that I do think changes things from the election outcome is healthcare. So the likelihood of universal healthcare looks unlikely, even if it ends up being a blue sweep because we don't know the outcome. The mandate for that in this election, I think, has been shot down. So I think, things like HMOs had a great day yesterday. It makes a lot of sense to us. Pharmaceuticals, biotech, things like that. And those have been held back by concerns about a blue wave. So that's an area I think, people should be looking at aggressively here, because they haven't really rebounded all the way.
Mike, always great to catch up with you. I appreciate your time, and I know you're busy this morning. We appreciate your time. Mike Wilson there of Morgan Stanley on this market, just sticking with it and not taking a price action and making a move and coming up with a new story. 20 minutes away from the opening bell, equities flying at a market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, well, the bulls certainly are running once again this morning, and with the big outperformance for the Nasdaq 100 up more than 2%, not surprisingly, tech is really outperforming. Qualcomm, in fact, is surging. They put up a monster quarter, beating both revenues and earnings by double digits. Adjusted earnings were beat by 21%, but it's the outlook that folks love. They really raised it upbeat on booming demand for 5G. AMD and other chip names are also up strongly. And then the big tech companies, the biggest companies in the world, Apple and Microsoft, continue to be bid up as investors want in on this year's defense. In fact, you and Sarah were talking about that chunky gain for the Nasdaq 100 E-minis, up 9% this week. Investors going toward 2020 defense, John. This is what's been working. So in the face of uncertainty, they are going right back to this year's winning trade, really up in a big way this week, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, political gridlock potentially coming in Washington, D.C. We'll be catching up with J.P. Morgan's Bob Michael to discuss the possible market implications. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
we explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
We need another rescue package. Hopefully the partisan passions that prevented us from doing another rescue package will subside with the election. And I think we need to do it, and I think we need to do it before the end of the year.
The US election likely delivering gridlock to Washington, D.C., potentially opening the window for an elusive deal on another stimulus package. The size of that, very much up in the air. Bloomberg Michael McKee joins us right now with the latest. Good morning to you, Mike.
Good morning to you, John. It does look like something is possible since Mitch McConnell is weighing in. Remember, during the entire stimulus negotiations throughout July and August and September, he stayed out of it. He let the White House take the lead. But now that he's thrown the Senate's willingness to consider something into the mix, it is possible we could see some progress once the lame duck session starts. Now, we don't know how much oxygen any fights over the presidency will take out of Washington. But if the two sides can get together, there is probably a good chance we get something before the end of the year. And remember, December 31st is when all of the CARES Act programs for the unemployed expire.
Mike, great to catch up. Thank you, sir. Let's bring in JP Morgan's Bob Michael for more, shall we? Bob, great to have you with us on the programme. Appreciate your time this morning. Can we just start with this bond market and this epic rally we've seen over the last couple of days?
Sure. Hi, John. I love the way you set it up for Mike Wilson. The equity market could do no wrong. You have a blue wave, you price in tremendous fiscal stimulus. You have gridlock, you price in tremendous monetary accommodation. It's entirely different scenarios for the bond market. If we had a blue wave and we had the fiscal stimulus, you're talking about yields up at around 1.25%. With gridlock, the only game in town is going to be the Fed, and you're talking about yields going back to about 0.5% and staying there for a long period of time.
Bob, what we're seeing playing out for me is just unreal. The move in the bond market, I can understand that. I think if you told me this is how it would play out after the election, bid into treasuries, I'd get all of that. To see the rally in high yield, to see the rally in triple Cs as well. Bob, what's behind that?
Well, I think there are a lot of things that are behind this, and we'll hear from Jay Powell later today. I never thought, and I've been doing this now close to 40 years, that I would see central bankers one after another begging governments to borrow and spend. But that's what we're seeing. And that keeps economic activity afloat at some level while the recovery continues to progress. And you also have all the credit backstops across the market. So investors are stepping back. They're saying, do I want to invest in government bonds with somewhere between a 0 and a 1% yield? Or do I want to go into corporate bonds? And you look at the U.S., there are still 330 million consumers that are consuming day after day. Sure, we know the problem areas of the market. We know travel and leisure. We know retail. We know some of the property market. All of that will go through restructuring, but there are still large parts of the credit markets that will be okay, that will be money good, and that's where investors want to put money to work. Yeah, I'd like investment grade credit to yield 4 or 5%, not 2%. I'm not going to get that.
We all would. We'd all like much higher yields than that, Bob. And as you've pointed out many times over the last several years, maybe it's never coming back with the exception of the route we had back in March. The president's tweeting right now, Bob, and the president is saying stop the count. The count continues, but the president is saying stop the count. The big fear a few months ago was a contested election. I don't see any signs of fear right now, Bob. Why do you think that is, and how do you think market participants will process this if this is the direction of travel for the next several days, maybe even several weeks?
So having lived through all this 20 years ago, a contested election caught us all off guard. Nobody anticipated that. This time, it's been pretty well telegraphed. Everyone accepts that it could be contested, but at some point, all the votes will be counted, they'll be recounted, and there will be an outcome. And right now, the markets are of the view that we're going to have a split government, we're going to have a Biden presidency, and we're going to have a Republican Senate. And I don't think anything's going to shift the narrative away from that over the next few days.
Well, let's talk about the narrative for the next few years and talk about whether the politics is actually relevant here, Bob. You're looking for lower rates, lower trend growth, a trajectory similar to the post-crisis environment of a decade ago. Bob, does anything about what is happening in politics right now change that for you?
Sure. I think we're seeing some of that now. I mean, you touched on earlier that we're seeing Mitch McConnell open the door to negotiations of a fiscal pact before year end and potentially before a new administration. I think that Washington gets it. It's not a 4-year cycle. It's a 2-year cycle. And the midterm elections are only 2 years away. So you have to start doing something. I think you're going to see moderate help. I don't think you're going to see anything of the magnitude of what we're seeing in the UK, but enough to keep things ticking along until a reopening process can happen in conjunction with the vaccine. I think the bond market will like that. I think they'll feel the Fed will play its part. I certainly do. And yields will stay stable.
Bob, I'd like to whip through this price action with you just quickly. We've talked about the bond market. Let's talk about foreign exchange quickly. 9 minutes away from the opening bout for cash equities. Equities are up nicely. We know that story. What is new here is just the amount of dollar weakness flushing through the FX market. And, Bob, I know a big conversation people are having at the moment is how much international exposure they should be putting on at this point. Bob, are you thinking about that a little bit more in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, we are. We've liked emerging market debt for a while because of the high real yields and the aggregate policy spots on the monetary, fiscal, and healthcare side in some parts of the world. When you look at a potential Biden administration, suddenly you start pricing in perhaps more palatable trade negotiations, less severe rhetoric, and more compromise down the way. When we look at countries like Mexico and think of the Mexican peso, it's at 20 now. Sure, it was about 21 before, but it used to trade before the trade wars at somewhere around 18, 19. I think we're headed back there. You look at Indonesia and rupiah, it's rallied 4%. It could easily rally another 5 to 10%. So there's a lot of value in emerging markets, particularly in FX, if you have an administration that comes in that will dial down the rhetoric on trade.
Hey, Bob, great to catch up. As always, I know it's super busy for you all out there, and I appreciate any time you give me. Bob Michael there of JP Morgan. Thank you, sir. The Electoral College, the electoral votes, 264 to 214, if you include Arizona, to Joe Biden. The Associated Press does that, and we display that on our screen for you at 264, 214. The counting continues in Arizona. States like Wisconsin have already been called for Vice President Joe Biden. Michigan called for Vice President Joe Biden. What's left? Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and the president is saying stop the count. That's the latest tweet in the last 20 minutes or so. Stop the count. The counting continues. This price action continues. The lift continues in the equity market. Up next, your morning calls. And later, Wells Fargo's Chris Harvey weighing in around the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Going into the opening bell, equities up nicely. Over the last 3 days, a rally on the Nasdaq of 9%, just unreal. A beautiful morning in New York. Good morning to you all. Here are your morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street. Citi upgrading Western Union to neutral, a 22 price target. The analyst seeing a number of positive developments, including the growth of its digital business. Your second call, JP Morgan upgrading Verizon to overweight, $65 price target. The analyst expecting growth to accelerate next year, fueled by new sources of revenue. And finally, Oppenheimer upgrading Microsoft to an outperformer with a 260 price target. The analyst citing strength and resilience in the company's cloud computing business. They're your three calls. Coming up is the opening bell from London and New York this morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Welcome to That's Debatable, an interactive series on today's most pressing issues. The resolution this time, is a U.S.-China space race good for humanity? We'll hear from both sides.
The competition, if you look at the past, led to innovation.
A whole new arms race could start.
And we'll get your perspective too, with help from the artificial intelligence of IBM Watson. I'm John Donvan. Join us for That's Debatable, presented by Bloomberg and Intelligence Squared, Friday on Bloomberg Television.
Valuations, particularly, sort of technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
You know how this works. You take the price move, you tell a nice, pretty story that fits nicely with the price action, and you call it the new narrative. I've got no idea where the confidence is right now in this market, but it's there, the confidence to push this market higher, much higher. Up 59 on the S&P, up 270 on the Nasdaq. We rallied 1.7% and 2.3% respectively on the session. On the week, we are flying. Switch up the board in the bond market. There is a Fed decision today. There is payrolls Friday around the corner as well. Not on the radar, I know. The counting continues. The president says, stop the counting. Yields going nowhere on a 10-year after a big rally, 0.76% is your yield. Euro-dollar off session highs, but it's all about dollar weakness through G10, through EM. Euro-dollar 118 and around about 27. And in the commodity market, we pull back a little bit. 38 handle on WTI, $38 and around about 90 cents. That's the cross-asset price action this Thursday morning. Good morning to you all. At a market desk with your movers, here's Abigail.
John, let's break down this rally with stocks surging for a fourth day in a row despite the uncertainty around the election. But that does seem to be pushing investors toward this year's defense, or tech and big internet, those stay-at-home names, once again surging, including Microsoft and Facebook, up for yet another day. Big gains there. As for another top sector, that is healthcare. Interestingly, actually, Bristol-Myers just flipping slightly red earlier in the pre-market higher, but you can see with Cardinal Health up 4.4% yesterday. Healthcare, one of the top sectors on the day, as the Democrats do not have the blue sweep. Lots of analysts saying that is a positive for healthcare. So the top two sectors on the morning right now, tech and healthcare, those are some of the movers. Let's now, John, take a look at names we wouldn't normally look at, but they have to do with the election. We have some big gains here. Tilray, the cannabis company, up 14%. This after marijuana was legalized in a number of states. We also have DraftKings surging up about 5% after legalized betting, sports betting was made legal in 3 states, perhaps setting the way for more states to approve. And then finally, John, Riot Blockchain is up 6.3%. If you can believe it, Bitcoin is one of the election winners this week, up about as much as the Nasdaq 100, up about 9%, up for a 5th week in a row. But as for the big names, it's all about tech and healthcare, John.
Abigail, thank you. The only mention Bitcoin we'll get on this program. I know so many people have reached out to me to talk about Bitcoin. I'm not going to talk about Bitcoin right now. It's amazing, isn't it, this situation? If I described it to you about 30 days ago, you wouldn't have put equities here. There's no way you would have put equities here. You might have put the bond market here, but you wouldn't have put stocks here. You wouldn't have put credit here either. But here we are. We are up by another 1.5%. Information technology leads the gains, up about 2.36%. You will be told there is a defensive tilt to the equity price action. There is, on top, information technology. At the bottom, energy, financials not doing great either over the last couple of days. This morning up about 1% off the back of the bond market move in the last 24 hours. A really difficult environment for the financials. The president says stop the count. The counting continues. What amazes me is that markets and market participants are just focused on the counting, the numbers, and not the rhetoric. But the rhetoric is really heating up. Markets preparing for government gridlock, investors debating the potential market implications.
The Republican carrying in the Senate is a major surprise.
Higher taxes, and particularly higher corporate taxes, are off the table.
Major impact for the markets.
The Senate Republicans will revert to their more fiscal conservative roots.
Maybe we get less stimulus.
The market is now pricing in something different.
Maybe there won't be tax increases.
The Senate staying Republican was a really big deal.
What the market is doing is basically looking at the bright side of the story.
The market is taking it all on the positive side.
That 7 percentage point tax increase could have been about a 10% headwind.
The market wants to go higher. The market is going higher. With more, Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu. Hey, Scarlett.
Hi, John. Yeah, the narrative shifted really quickly here to a Democratic president and a Republican-controlled Senate would mean less fiscal spending and also fewer, if any, tax hikes and a lighter touch on regulation. And all this is positive for tech. Nasdaq futures building on this week's gains. And the price action in yesterday's cash market showed that the equity rally was very narrow. The S&P 500's gain of 2.2% came on negative breath. Another big winner, as Abigail alluded to, is healthcare, mainly on the idea that a divided government won't expand Obamacare and pursue lower drug prices. But there's also relief because tech and pharma were most at risk if a Democratic-controlled government were to increase taxes on repatriated earnings. According to Bloomberg Intelligence, Apple, Alphabet, P&G, they all have multiple billions of dollars left to pay of their repatriation tax because the tax is payable in installments over the next few years. Biden's proposal included raising that and, of course, boosting the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21%. Goldman had estimated that Biden's tax plan would cut S&P 500 earnings by 9% in 2022 and more fully in 2023. As for other asset classes, a tax increase would have hurt EM currencies, supporting the dollar. Instead, we're seeing the U.S. dollar fall for a fourth straight day today, losing 1.5%. If we get tax hikes, that could send treasuries even lower, treasury yields even lower. Yields have come down more than inflation expectations because massive fiscal stimulus is off the table, easing budget concerns. A higher tax rate could strengthen the government's checkbook even more. In addition, for investors, if you buy treasuries, you get a tax haven. An increased tax rate would prompt a flight into tax shelters. John?
Scarlet Fu, so much to work through. Quite clearly, this market is looking on the bright side of life. If you're tuning in, here are the scores. So we're at 264 to 214. 264 for Joe Biden, including Arizona in the 11 electoral college votes there. If he keeps them, what does he need? He needs another 6 to get over the line. So what do you get 6 from? Well, you get 16 from Georgia. Georgia, a conversation right now. Josh Wingrove, good friend, reporter here at Bloomberg, reporting the following. Mailed ballots are so far 65% Democrat. Trump's lead is about 18,500 with 51,000 in and around votes still to count. If Biden can get 65%, Trump retains his lead. But if they're from Democrat places and Biden gets 70%, he takes the lead. So it's really, really close in places like Georgia. Places like Georgia that you wouldn't have expected several months ago to go this way, but it's a nail-biter. It's really, really narrow. The counting continues in Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and elsewhere, and the president says, stop the counting. The counting continues. This equity market rally continues as well. Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo advising investors to pay close attention to the Senate, writing, quote, with everyone focusing on the White House, we believe control of the Senate is more important to equity investors. Whomever controls the Senate will control taxes and have a stronger input on fiscal stimulus. Chris joins us right now for more. Morning, Chris. We caught up yesterday. Continuation of the same theme, sir. Just get behind this equity move. Your thoughts this morning?
So you've talked a lot about the equity markets moving up no matter what. And what I would say about that is, let's take a look what's occurred over the last few weeks. What's occurred over the last few weeks is we had a blue wave. That blue wave was a certainty. We had a situation with the presidential election cycle where one candidate was well ahead of the other. And what we were saying into that is, this is a much closer race than you expect. This is going to be a coin toss, and we have to reprice risk. And you have to see volatility go up, and you have to see equity prices come down into election day. That's what occurred. Now what's occurring is we have some certainty. We're having a higher degree of certainty. And so equity markets are starting to rally. Equity markets are believing that Biden has won the presidency. We'll see. It's still to be decided, but that's what the market's telling you. And we're rallying on the certainty. I think 7% or what appears to be 7% once we open might be a little too much. And so we want to fade this rally. But underneath all of this is pretty good fundamentals. We think the economy is much better. We think the consumer is much better. And valuations in many places, not all places, are reasonable.
If fundamentals are better and valuations are better, why are we piling into tech, Chris?
So we're piling into tech. So it was a couple things. Again, we have to look at the short term. We have to look at the long term. In the short term, we had a type of sell the news. In addition to that, you had a blue wave. That blue wave was going to cause reinflation. Reinflation was going to cause this massive rotation, and it did cause a rotation for a period of time. However, blue wave didn't materialize. So we're taking the stimulus-inspired reinflation off the table. We have a repricing of we have a repricing of risk that way, but we have two other issues. In addition to that, people now think that investigations or regulation for tech are going to take a back seat. Moreover, President Biden or potentially President Biden is more prone to lockdowns, or is more likely he would like to lock down the country. Well, if that's going to occur, and we know that coronavirus is going higher, what do you want to trade into? You want to trade into the work from home type names, which are many of the tech names. So you have those three issues in the short term. But longer term, these things have really worked. These things have really performed. We think the economy is better, and you want to start rotating or using these names as sources of funds and rotating into more cyclicals.
Well, let's talk about those cyclicals. Whereabouts, Chris? Treasuries rallying aggressively, yield curve flatter, not the greatest environment for the banks. They've suffered. Where do you want to go to?
Right. So where we want to go to is we want to go to transportation. We want some industrials. We really think you can pick up cyclicality anywhere. You can even pick up cyclicality with some of the REITs, things that are more tied to the consumer, more tied to retail. You can do it across the board. Within technology, what you want to do is you want to rotate into your semi and your semi-cap names away from your software. So when we talk about cyclicality, we can see it in every single sector, and it really depends on your risk tolerance and your time horizon.
Chris, always great to catch up. The new narrative that's doing the rounds, you and I have already joked about it. You're a good sport. You've let me poke fun at you. Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo. Thank you. We could continue. Let's get to the market desk with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle for more. Hey, Abigail.
Hi there, John. Well, let's return to today's big trade that you were just talking about, and that is technology. As for some of the big gainers on the day, it actually has to do with earnings because Qualcomm is one of the best stocks here, and it is surging up about 12% at this point on a monster quarter. They beat estimates in a huge way, and they boosted their outlook on strong 5G demand. We also have Qorvo up sharply in sympathy, Apple and Amazon. We talk about them all the time, but the reason we do that is what's moving the markets. They have such a big weighting. Investors want in on this year's defense. As for some other earnings movers on the day, one of them, Cardinal Health, is in another top sector on this week, which is healthcare. Cardinal Health is popping on a strong quarter as well. They beat estimates. Expedia, the travel company, if you can believe it, they beat as well on relatively okay summer travel. And then finally, GM put up a great quarter. That stock being rewarded up 3.6%. The bulls, once again today, are out, John. Lots of movers to the upside.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, a tightly contested election putting the pressure on the Fed with a rate decision coming this afternoon. That conversation up next with Crossmark's Victoria Fernandez. In this market, we're up on the day. On the Nasdaq on the week, we're up 9 percentage points. Biggest weekly gain potentially since April. From London and New York, as we continue to count the votes, this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
We've learned this year from our experiences with earlier bouts of COVID that it's important that we act both quickly and that we do act clearly in scale. It was clear to us that actually 150 was a quantum of QE that delivered a sustainable path of inflation to meet the target.
Governor Bailey catching up with my good friend Guy Johnson a little bit earlier on this morning following a Bank of England that increases the QE programme. Chairman Powell could only dream of what Governor Bailey was managing to engineer today. He went first earlier this morning, 7 local time, increased QE, 5 hours later, Chancellor Sunak comes out. The Treasury does more stimulus, or at least offers that fiscal support through to March 2021. Chairman Powell, if he could today, I imagine he would love to do the same thing. Michael McKee's with us now. Mike, that is not an option for Chairman Powell, is it?
Not an option for Chairman Powell. I think we can safely say that Stephen Mnuchin is not going to be coming out a half hour after the Fed decision to announce additional fiscal action. But, you know, the Fed has sort of the same problem that the Bank of England had. Neither one really knows what's going to happen with the economy, and each has their own unique issue to deal with in terms of the overall economy in their country. For the Bank of England, it was Brexit. Here in the United States, it's what are you going to do that you haven't already done when your fiscal authority is sort of sitting on its hands. We talked about earlier in the show, Mitch McConnell making some nice noises about a stimulus program, but a really big one is going to be hard to come by now. So you can expect Powell to ask for it, but probably not get it. The other problem that they have is the virus. They don't know what's going to happen. Remember, 100,000 cases yesterday for the first time. We're going exponentially higher right now. That'll determine how much the economy needs stimulus. We got a lot of warnings from doctors, and it's maybe showing up in the economic data. You look at jobless claims earlier today, and they had stayed extremely elevated, 751,000. And the forecast for jobs tomorrow is kind of interesting. The consensus remains 661,000, but look, that's because we have a very fat right tail. The real consensus in the middle there is 400,000 to 500,000. Wall Street at this point thinks we're going to come in with a low number. And that leaves the question for the Fed, what can you do with rates almost at zero right now? Bill Dudley said in a Bloomberg op-ed last week that they're pretty much out of tools. They can change the nature of what they buy longer ends, push down on the 10-year, but what kind of help is that really going to bring? You see what's happened in the markets over the last couple of days while we've been watching the election returns. Yields have just across the curve fallen. So the market is doing the Fed's job for them. There isn't much left for them to do at the zero rate. It's up to the fiscal authorities. So maybe that's what the main message of Jay Powell is going to be today.
Spreads are tighter, the dollar's weaker, Treasury yields are lower, the equity market's higher, financial conditions super loose. Mike, great to catch up, sir. Thank you. At the moment in this bond market, the curve's been flatter the last couple of days. The front end of the yield curve just pinned to the floor. The elephant sitting on top of that, the Federal Reserve. Think of that as the hinge that everything pivots on the long end. 10's up, 10's down, 30's up, 30's down. That's your yield curve right there. Steeper, Monday, Tuesday, flatter, Wednesday into Thursday. Crossmark's Victoria Fernandez expecting a steeper yield curve following the election. She writes the following: removing uncertainty from the market in the form of the election will allow the longer end of the curve to move higher. We could see a one handle on the US 10-year by the end of the year. Victoria joins us now. So Victoria, if you had that trade on, you got hurt the last 24 hours and hurt pretty badly. Why do you think that develops over time?
Morning, Jonathan. Well, when we look at some of the technicals, some of the stochastics that we see in the market right now, well, and especially at the beginning of the week, you know, we've had this triangle pattern go with the U.S. 10-year Treasury back in September, beginning of October. And looking at the breakout from that, it tells you should be closer to 1%. Look at some of the other ratios people compare the 10-year yield to. Cyclicals versus defensive. That's telling you should be closer to a 1.3, 1.4 on the 10-year. Industrial metals versus precious metals. That's telling you we should have a one handle on the 10-year Treasury. Now, if you and I had this conversation 2 mornings ago, I would have said we had a much better chance of getting there sooner rather than later. Obviously, we've seen 10-year yields pull back quite significantly since the election on Tuesday. Earlier, you said this is the longest Tuesday night ever, and I'm in that with you there. But I think it's important to see that the 40-day moving average on the 10-year is at 74 basis points. So the fact that we're still staying above that gives us a little bit of optimism that we're going to continue to creep back higher as we get through this uncertainty of the election and we get through COVID. We really think COVID is going to drive the markets longer term. It goes back to what Powell was saying a couple months ago in regards to the pandemic, and we think that's still true. So
this is a COVID call, Victoria. It's not an election call.
it's not an election call. 4 months ago, we had a presentation with some clients in regards to what the election meant to the markets, and our conclusion was it doesn't mean a lot in the long term. Yes, there's going to be knee-jerk reactions, and we're seeing that this week as we decide who the actual president is going to be and have the divided Congress, which the markets actually like. But it comes back longer term to what's going to happen with COVID. That's going to decide how we open up across the country. That's going to decide what kind of stimulus packages we get. That's going to decide how the Fed and Powell move forward. So to us, we have to take a step back from the election, even though that has really been the central focus over the last couple of days, and realize that COVID is really what's driving this market and this economy. Even though the fundamentals continue to be pretty strong, that's where you need to place your bets for your portfolio, is on longer-term COVID outlooks.
Victoria, great to catch up with you to get your insight and clarity on the call. Victoria Fernandez there on this bond market. Really difficult call. Difficult to get past what's happening with the election before our eyes. Greece joining the lockdown. England joining the UK going into lockdown overnight here in London. That's the latest story. I have to say, being on the road's still pretty busy relative to where things were back in spring. Looking at the pictures, not the same story. I have to say, let's see how that develops in the coming days. But clearly in the United States, that's the story we need to focus on as well. We always talk about the shark closest to the boat, and quite clearly the shark closest to the boat is this election. We count. We still have narrow paths for a whole series of outcomes. We continue that count. But outside of that, cases are increasing. The question's being asked, will consumers disengage? Will companies lose confidence? What will that do to the trajectory of this recovery? It was good to see the manufacturing ISM earlier this week. Still buoyant, still nice. The ISM services number coming in, though, and the employment component just a little bit softer. And I know a lot of you are looking at the same thing. Are we losing that momentum going into year-end on that particular story? Let's get to the sector price action of this market move. What a move the last couple of days. Here's Abigail.
It certainly is, John. We have the S&P 500 up about 7% this week, heading to its best week since April. But it's super interesting. Mike Wilson was talking about that trading range earlier, about 3 months. The S&P 500 hitting right up to the top. Resistance. Will the sellers push the S&P 500 back down? Not happening right now. If we go into the Bloomberg and use the IMAP, we will see all 11 sectors are higher. So it is risk on. But making it interesting is we have a blend between the cyclical and the defense of technology. Up top, materials up 3.3%. Tech right behind it up 3.1%. Then discretionary, industrial. So again, a blend. But most sectors are up more than 1%. So this week's big rally continues. On the week, John, it's even more interesting because not only is it cyclicals and defense, it's also healthcare. That's true defense, up 8.2%, really being helped out by Biogen, soaring this week, up 35% on an Alzheimer's drug. But you have Cigna up 26%, Anthem up 19%, having to do with the rhetoric around a blue wave not happening. Then the industrials, then communication services, that's big internet, Facebook, Alphabet, Netflix. And then the industrials behind that, not on the board, John, is tech, but tech is up in a big way, too. So the bulls are out, but these rotations are still investors jockeying to see which one wins out, growth or value. Probably it's going to take some more time, John.
There's some confidence out there about something. I'm not sure what right now. Abigail, thank you. Coming up, the market moving events you need to be watching. That'll be next in our trading diary. For our audience worldwide, 23 minutes into the session. This equity market just absolutely ripping on the S&P 500, on the Nasdaq up by another 2.5%, on the S&P up 2%. Story for me, though, has got to be in the FX market. Just some dollar weakness flushing all the way through G10, all the way through EM. The Chinese currency, the one to watch, and I know so many of you thinking about the same theme. My international exposure, how big does that need to be based on what could happen in the next 24 hours or so in the United States of America? The counting continues. In America, that's where our focus is. In New York, what a beautiful morning in New York City. Equities up. This is Bloomberg. 264, 214. They are the scores. If you give Arizona to Vice President Joe Biden, the Associated Press has done. Georgia, counting continues, it's tight. Nevada, counting continues, it's tight. North Carolina still hasn't been called. Counting continues. Pennsylvania, the counting continues. This market, though, just keeps on rallying. The S&P 500 up 2%. The Nasdaq up by 2.5%. For our audience worldwide, make sure you're with us tomorrow as our election coverage continues. What a lineup of guests we've got for you. Mark Keezel of PIMCO, Mohammed Al-Arian, Rick Reeder of BlackRock, and Anastasia Amoroso of JP Morgan. That's the lineup on this market payrolls and this election. This is Bloomberg.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with LACWA.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens. Yeah, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de... This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay. In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you,
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, capital I say,
24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强，就像它的硬件，强就讲它的系统建设这方面确实比你早，但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valleywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
"2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision
Order
engineering.
cancelled.
It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
Order submitted.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room.
Order canceled.
4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me, that was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
more often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking out?
Order submitted.
Yes, please. How about
Order submitted.
first time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs? Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there. Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Order submitted.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger.
Order submitted.
I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. He's written out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
Order canceled.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010. Then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. It is Fed Thursday, November 5th, 2020. But man, it's still all about election 2020. A lot going on over the next few hours. We're throwing out the playbook on this Thursday. We're all in on the election outcome. But first up, let's get to that Fed decision, that two-day meeting wrapping up. And the Fed, the FOMC vote was unanimous. It is repeating its plans to increase asset holdings at least at the current pace. That's one of the headlines just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. We're going to break it all down with our team in just a moment, but I do want to get a quick check on the trading day and the markets. Let's head on over to Charlie Pellet. And Charlie, any market reaction?
And little market reaction right now, just seeing a slight move higher on the S&P 500 index. Let me get right to the numbers right now with the S&P up 77 points. That is a gain of 2.3%. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 589, up 2.1%. Nasdaq up 300. That is a gain of 2.6%. 10-year down 3/32, 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold up 2.4%, 1948 the ounce. Crude up down 1%. WTI down 40 cents a barrel, now 38.75. So little change for stocks at the announcement there from the Federal Reserve. S&P up 76, a gain of 2.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I buried the headline. The Fed holding rates near zero, no change in the bond buying pace, but this was widely expected. Here we are just 2 days after election 2020. Let's talk a little bit about this decision, or what we really need to see or expect to see from the Fed over the next few weeks. Let's set the Business Week agenda. Bloomberg News Global Economics and Policy Editor Kathleen Hayes is with us, and she is there in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Hey, Kathleen, we weren't expecting any surprises, correct?
Well, of course, it's hard to expect a surprise. No, I know what you mean. We figured, look, they're kind of stuck with what they've got. Well, let me start, though, by pointing something out, because right before 2 o'clock, I noted there's a very small sell-off today in bonds, but it's gotten a little bit deeper. For example, the benchmark 10-year, which was down 2/32, now down 5/32. The 30-year was down 1/32. It's down 6/32. So maybe a little bit of upward pressure on yields is a disappointment, because maybe nobody expected the Fed would say, hey, we're ready to start increasing our bond purchases.
Right.
But what they did repeat is, hey, we're going to keep it where it is for now, which is $120 billion a month, $80 billion of treasuries, $40 billion of mortgage-backed securities. And because when, coming into the elections, when people were betting pretty heavily on a blue wave that would lead to a lot of fiscal stimulus, more than if Trump stayed in the White House, et cetera, we saw the curve steepening. We saw long-term yields going up. And people were saying, well, if nothing else, the Fed's got to make it clear that they're going to work against it if they have to. Well, what they're saying so far today is don't have to do it yet. So I think, Carol, this will be one of the big questions at the top of the list for Jay Powell when he starts that press conference at 2:30 Eastern.
And maybe he just didn't want to stir the pot in a week where the pot has been stirred a lot. And having said that, Kathleen, the Fed, another headline, they're going to continue to focus, obviously, and watch the virus. They said the virus will continue to weigh on economic activity. The virus to pose considerable risks to the medium-term outlook. They say the overall financial conditions remain accommodative, and they say weaker demand, lower oil prices holding down inflation, economic activity, and employment have continued to recover. So that's kind of their snapshot picture.
Well, they've been saying, I would say pretty unanimously since March.
Right.
In fact, you're making me think of when I interviewed Jim Bullard from the St. Louis Fed and Rob Kaplan within one day, and then the next one, and that was just after the emergency meeting where they started cutting rates, and they said it's all about the virus. The unemployment headlines, the payrolls headlines don't mean as much as the virus headlines. I think that started to shift because the U.S. economy is in recovery. The job recovery seems to have slowed down, but that focus till tomorrow, right? Let's see if the economy can at least continue to create jobs or not. A lot of people on unemployment, a lot of people going on the longer term unemployment. So that's still not a positive sign, but that's about the virus. And that's another reason where the Fed would say until this health crisis is over, we're not going to consider doing any change in policy.
Right, and the Fed saying that the path of recovery depending on the course of the coronavirus pandemic. They know it, we know it, everybody knows it. But it does feel like, Dave Wilson, come on in, Bloomberg Stocks columnist and editor, watching the equity trade. It feels like equity markets kind of forgot that we are in the midst of a pandemic this week.
Well, it sure does. I mean, you really saw a recovery from, when they remembered last week and stocks really took a hit. And today it's interesting because, the criticism about yesterday's advance is that, you had the S&P 500 up more than 2%, and there are actually more stocks in the index down than up by some of the research I saw. I mean, that was the first time it ever happened. And so today, what do you have? S&P 500 up more than 2% again. This time around, though, you have close to 9 stocks up in the S&P 500 for every one that's down. So it's clear that it's a broad-based advance this time around. The S&P 500 rising toward its highs of the day after the results of the Fed meeting were released. And if you look at what's going on today, it's a lot of the economically sensitive areas of the market kind of leading the way, notably raw material producers with gain for their index of 4.7% at the moment. I mean, all 11 of the main S&P 500 indexes are higher. But raw material producers certainly jump out at today's trading.
Listen, Kathleen, when we think about Fed policy, is there a possibility? I was listening to a guest that David Weston had on, the possibility that we go back into negative rates, or the Fed will need to be more aggressive depending on where the economy goes.
Well, they keep saying they have more tools. Up until now, Fed officials from Jay Powell, doesn't matter almost who you ask, they're not fans of negative rates.
Right.
They go right to money market funds, for example. It would really mess up that market if you if you're going to move in that direction. And then beyond that, I think the thing people might start talking about more is yield curve control. Because if you want to officially add a tool, I mean, if you're buying bonds and you want to keep yields from raising too much, that's sort of, I think, is kind of, the precursor of yield curve control. But to take it a step further and to make a target for the 10-year yield, for example, and say we're going to make sure it doesn't go above that, that would be a step. I think the problem for the Fed right now, or the challenge, is that, sure, bring another tool in. As long as there's so many people unemployed and a lot of people don't want to go back to work, or their jobs aren't even there to go back to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, any tool is going to have a tough time doing very much. But in addition, though, the bond purchases, I think people figure you can just flat out increase the amount. But It is, as you started out at the beginning, I think, hinting at, we're in an election week, not an election day anymore, right?
Correct.
And in the middle of all this, the Fed's best bet is just to sit tight and wait for the December meeting.
Well, and the one thing that we're going to talk about over the next few hours, this split outcome that we could potentially see if Joe Biden gets the White House, if we have still a Republican-controlled Senate, that the chance of a big stimulus package is less likely. So you do wonder then, the Fed watching this, and what more can they do?
And he can say, and Jay Powell will surely get, I can't imagine Jay Powell not feeling like he could say today, well, no matter what happens, we still need stimulus. He could certainly repeat that. Mitch McConnell, who presumably may be the Senate Majority Leader, or he may not, depending on how it goes, right, said when they get back, when Congress reconvenes, job one is going to be a rescue package. Now, the $1 trillion figure was on the table at one point, right? The $500 billion that he floated before the election seemed really light.
Right.
So I think I'm an optimist, Carol. So I think it may not be $2.2 trillion, which the Democrats have pushed hard for, led by Nancy Pelosi, and just lost seats in, Democratic seats in the House. But it maybe we get something like $1 trillion. That's not nothing.
No, it's not nothing. There's a lot of zeros in that number. Dave Wilson, just quickly tease your chart, because it has kind of an election-related, I feel like, or administration-related theme.
Well, it does. It's all about private prison stocks. President Trump tried to prop up the industry not long after he got into office. Didn't work out so well, and now you got the election results, and things are getting worse for those stocks.
All right, we're looking forward to that. Hey, team, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Setting the agenda on this Thursday. Bloomberg News Global Economics and Policy Editor Kathleen Hayes back in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, and Bloomberg Stocks Editor Dave Wilson. He'll be back later on with his chart and stock of the day. We do need to get a check on world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. Well, all eyes are still on several battleground states that are counting ballots. Pennsylvania is among the states being watched very closely, where President Trump's lead has been shrinking. The state's Attorney General Josh Shapiro told CBS this morning any mail-in ballots postmarked by Election Day are valid.
My message here in Pennsylvania is very simple. Follow the law, and the law says that these ballots that were postmarked by Election Day and received up until Friday are legal votes, and they will be counted.
President Trump today lost a lawsuit to halt ballot counting in Michigan, with the judge there saying, in essence, it's a moot point since the process has effectively ended. Joe Biden took Michigan. As battleground states do keep counting, a Joe Biden transition website is already up and running. Former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, who has participated in 2 presidential transitions, says this is responsible behavior by the former vice president.
You begin to think about the White House, you begin to think about departments and cabinets. You lean in without going over your ski tips. But you never get too far ahead that process of the foundation, which is you got to win.
The head of an international delegation monitoring the U.S. election says his team has found no evidence to support President Trump's claims about alleged fraud involving mail-in absentee ballots. The head of the observer mission from the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe said, quote, on Election Day itself, they could not see any violations at the polling places that they visited. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. It's a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week. It's usually a Fed edition, but it's really an election edition because over the next couple of hours, we're going to bring you the latest on this week's election as the counting of the votes continues, the lawsuits continue, and we're all waiting to find out who will take up at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue come January. Well, joining me today as we go through it all over the next few hours, Kevin Cirilli. He is Bloomberg News Chief Washington Correspondent, a Bloomberg Radio and TV host. You know him well. A Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg 99.1 in Washington, D.C. He joins us from there. June Grasso also with us, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio every evening. She joins us on the phone in New York. So, Kevin, let me kick it off with you. Where are we? I mean, Nancy Lyons just gave us a good rundown of some of the key states and what's going on, but what are you watching? What are you hearing also from the Biden and Trump camps?
Well, look, I think first things first. It's great to be here with you, Carol.
Great to have you.
Beyond that, all eyes are going to be on Nevada, right? And Clark County, Nevada, because that's specifically where we're still getting some of the vote tallies. Now, last I checked, just before I came on air, I dove into the Bloomberg terminal and I looked at the actual vote tally. And Joe Biden is leading by about 12,000 votes. That's a razor-thin margin. So beyond that, the president's former director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, he is in Nevada right now and fully just briefed reporters and said essentially they are fully prepared to take this thing through the courts. They're making this legal argument essentially that they believe there's been a number of votes cast in Nevada by people from out of state. So they don't feel that those votes should be counted in the Nevada election. That's what's going on in that state. We should note just the electoral math right now. Joe Biden, based upon the Bloomberg electoral map total, is at 264, which puts him just 6 electoral votes away, a.k.a. the size of Nevada, away from reaching the magic number of 270. The Trump campaign, for their part, they have said that they're going to pursue legal action in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and even to some extent, maybe even in North Carolina. So that's where things stand as of now. Obviously, as we've been reporting for the past week, really this week, we're urging patience, caution as we sort through all of this. But as we get the developments, we'll break them in real time.
I want to get to June, but just remind me, Kevin, DJT, the president, where is he in terms of electoral votes right now?
Well, right now, he is still a couple of votes away. I believe the last I checked, it was 218 for President Trump. So that's where he is right now. But he would have to win. He still has a shot, we should mention. If he wins Georgia, North Carolina, as well as Pennsylvania, that would put him with a path. It's just, they're
trickier.
going to have to pursue legal action. Yeah, it's
Right.
a trickier path. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, exactly. So, June, come on in. I mean, you watch the legal world. You know it so well. Kevin talked about some of the lawsuits that we've been seeing fast and furiously crossing the Bloomberg. What do we need to know about the Trump team and the lawsuits that are out there?
Well, they are filing a lot of lawsuits. That's the first thing you need to know. And they're filing them in a lot of these states where the vote is still being counted, or in other states, for example, like Michigan. And there are different reasons for the lawsuits, but most of the time they're being turned away by the courts. For example, they tried to stop the ballot counting in Michigan yesterday. Well, a judge said the essence of the count is completed. The relief is completely unavailable. So I think any of their lawsuits to stop the count are going to have a lot of trouble getting through. And also a lot of these other cases, you heard Kevin mention that they're saying this about Nevada, Clark County, but a problem is they're making a lot of allegations, but when they go into a judge to try to prove them, they don't have the evidence to back them. So you're hearing all kinds of fraud allegations, but where is the fraud? They alleged that in Georgia yesterday that a poll worker had put the votes of ballots that came in late, mixed them with the votes of ballots that had come in on time. Well, that was proven when it went before a judge not to be the case. And a lot of the poll observers, actually, they found that they look for things and they sometimes find things that really aren't there because they're there looking. And then today, President Trump said there was a huge victory in Pennsylvania in court. Do you know what that victory was? The poll observers from the Trump campaign were allowed to move from about 30 feet observing to 6 feet observing. So it was
right.
And by the way, that's online anyway, so you can see it online. So
right.
That's not a huge victory.
Right. A lot of it goes to transparency, which is what the campaigns, both campaigns, to be fair, have been pushing for all along in this process. I do want to bring into the conversation, it's been one of our go-to voices on the campaign and the election, joining June and Kevin and myself is Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino, joining us once again from New Rochelle, New York. Jeannie, you and I have been talking for a long time. We all have been, but here we are Thursday, and there are expectations that this could go on for a few more days. When you look at where we are in the race, what comes to mind first and foremost?
Well, a bit still trying to grapple with the fact, as you mentioned, that we are now on Thursday and looking like we may not have results in for a couple days. Going into this, we knew Pennsylvania may take until Friday. I was probably optimistic that it wouldn't come down to Pennsylvania. But at this point, I think one thing that comes to mind is the idea that we are still waiting on results not just from Pennsylvania, but Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and of course, depending on who you're listening to, some people haven't even been, quite satisfied with what's coming out of Arizona at this point. So the closeness, as we sort of compare this historically to, say, at 2000, in many states, and the fact we're not just talking about one state where there may be, you were just talking about potential contests, legal challenges, but that we're talking multiple states. Quite a difference, and I think this speaks volumes as to where we are at this point in our country and how divided we are.
Hey, Jeannie, it's Kevin here, and let me just correct something I recently said. Trump has 214 electoral votes. I want to be careful with this. Joe Biden has 264, 6 votes away from the threshold of 270. President Trump has 214 electoral votes. That's where the map stands right now. And you can follow all of our election coverage, mind you, on Election Go on the Bloomberg terminal. Jeannie, you mentioned Arizona, and I want to pick up on that because that has been a conversation that I've been having with my sources in the president's reelection campaign. They are really confident that once the math is settled on Maricopa County, that they will have the votes to win Arizona. Explain to us where things stand right now in this key battleground state that the networks and the Associated Press have called for Joe Biden at this point.
So, it's a fascinating situation in Arizona. Again, we're looking at about 86% have been counted already, and we see a very narrow lead for Joe Biden, about, depending again on what numbers and when they've been refreshed that you're looking at, about 50.5% to 48.1. It's a little bit bigger than some of the others, but it's such a critical state because it has 11 electoral votes. And when some of the, networks and others started calling it, as we talked about on Tuesday night, Fox, and then later the AP started calling it a bit early, that really frustrated the president and his team. And now we are looking to see, nobody, as far as I have said, and I don't want to misspeak because I'm trying to keep up with where everybody is, but nobody, as far as I know, who called it has taken the call back, which is an indication
Correct.
that they feel pretty confident. But I do think that it is one of those cases where we will see legal challenges from the president's team because Arizona is such a critical state for the president and his team. The idea that goes Biden, of course, in 2016, you had the president beating Hillary Clinton there about 51.9 to 48.1. We're seeing, if you believe the numbers at 86% reporting, we're seeing almost a flip there with Joe Biden. So I think it's going to be one of the contested states. The president's team feels like they need that, particularly since, at least in my view, Michigan and Wisconsin seem so out of grasp to the president, even legally at this point, but I don't want to misspeak on that.
We've talked about Arizona, Nevada. I mean, those two counties, Clark and Maricopa, these are two of the largest counties. In common, especially if there's a close race, to go and check the count and confirm that the outcome is the outcome.
Yeah, it's not unusual, but I think, the fact, number one, what is unusual is we see so many states so closely, that are so close, rather. And the other thing that I think is a bit unusual is the idea that you would have so many legal challenges. I don't think we've seen anything like this, but historically, I don't think this is something we should be surprised at because this is, to a certain extent, where we've been moving since 2000. In the United States, unfortunately, at this point, elections have very much moved into the court system. And for a democracy, that is a big question to think about broader than just this election.
Yeah, democracy can be messy. I do want to mention a headline. It was about a half an hour before we came on air. A Pennsylvania official saying that most votes may be counted by today. So continuing to, of course, count them. June, come on in on this. You're listening to our conversation.
Hi, Jeannie. Well, we were just talking about Pennsylvania. Carol said that they're expecting that most votes will be counted by today. And earlier today, Joe Biden's campaign manager said that Biden is closing in on Trump's lead and that by the end of the day, Biden is going to win by a sizable number of votes. I wonder if you think that's overly optimistic about Pennsylvania.
It's such a good question because that's what I have, and, we've long believed that those later votes, the mail-in ballots, if you will, the absentee ballots, would favor Vice President Biden because the Democrats had been so careful to get their vote out early, and same-day voting would favor the president to a certain extent. So I am not surprised to hear that. So it's going to be not just when people voted, but where the vote count, where they're still voting. And I think as we look like a place like Pennsylvania, that doesn't surprise me, nor, by the way, does it surprise me that the vice president is going to get votes out of Georgia as this count continues. So based on those two factors, the when they voted and where they were voting, where the vote count is still coming from, rather, I think it is not surprising that we see a narrowing of the gap. And, I wouldn't want to predict that Biden would overtake Trump in Pennsylvania, but I think it is possible still at this point.
And folks, if it sounds confusing, it's because it is, right? Because the precedents, and even for us in this business, but I can't even imagine following along at home because there's just right now threats of legal action, and we don't have really hard data or hard documentation, source material in front of us. And June, I would put this question to June because specifically, as it relates to the case that we saw go to the Supreme Court on October 28th, right? The case that the new judge, Amy Coney Barrett, decided not to participate in because she was just a few days on the job. And honestly, we might be revisiting that case, which would allow for votes that are postmarked on Election Day to be counted in Pennsylvania for up to 3 days afterward. And that's what I hear a lot of my sources talking about. But the president has even given conflicting statements via social media on Twitter on this particular point. What do we know specifically, June, about that Pennsylvania case?
And June, just got 30 seconds, and then we'll come back and talk more.
Oh, okay. It's too complicated to do in 30 seconds. So I'll just say it's very complicated.
That's my fault.
Let's pick up with it on the other side, because there are a lot of indications that it may not actually get to the Supreme Court, but there are possibilities that it could. And it depends on a lot of different factors, and I think I can get into that on the other side.
Well, let's do that, because, as you know, Kevin, as you said, listen, it is happening in real time. We're trying to keep track of all the headlines, and it's confusing to some extent. We're talking about the legal aspect, the political aspect. There's a lot going on. We're going to continue our discussions. Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg News Chief Washington Correspondent, host of Bloomberg Sound On, June Grosso, legal analyst, host of Bloomberg Law, both on Bloomberg Radio, and of course Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College, a political science professor there, Jeannie Zaino. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed, everyone. Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday, continuing to focus on the election outcome as headlines continue to cross the Bloomberg terminal. I'm Carol Massar, along with Kevin Cirilli and June Grosso. We'll get back to our discussion with Jeannie Zaino, Bloomberg News political contributor, in just a moment. First up, though, let's check on the trading day. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Let's begin with the Federal Reserve. Fed officials did keep monetary policy in a holding pattern, leaving rates near zero, making no change to asset purchases as the final results of presidential and congressional elections remain uncertain. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on the election. Special coverage today right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Stocks are rallying as investors rush back into technology and healthcare firms on bets the election results will mean no major tax increases or regulatory changes that would derail the groups. The dollar weakened to the lowest level in more than 2 years. The 10-year now at 0.77%, down 3/32. S&P up 80. That is a gain of 2.3%. The Dow up 600 points, up 2.1%. Nasdaq up 311, a gain of 2.7%. Gold is up 2.4%, $19.48 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%. WTI now at $38.69 a barrel. AstraZeneca's third quarter profit fell short of analyst estimates as the pandemic inflated costs and discouraged some doctors' visits and diagnoses. AstraZeneca shares, they're up now by 1%. The number of global confirmed cases from coronavirus is now over 48 million, according to data collected by Johns Hopkins University and Bloomberg News. The disease has resulted in 1.2 million deaths. Here in the U.S., the case count continues to rise. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
As we move into more rural states, we are seeing hospital surge capacity be tighter. There's less options for that surge capacity, less ICU beds, fewer ventilators, and so all of that may contribute to excess mortality.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. After the bell today, we'll be hearing from Uber, News Corp, Sarepta Therapeutics, Dropbox, Electronic Arts, Roku, Yelp, and Zillow. We're going to be busy. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And the virus, the economy, the race, so much going on. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar, along with Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg News Chief Washington correspondent, and also host of Bloomberg Sound on. June Grosso, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio. And still with us is Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino. We want to get back to Jeannie, but, June, I want to let you finish your thought there.
Thank you. So just to remind everyone, this is about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision that ballots that were postmarked by Election Day could be received 3 days after Election Day. The Supreme Court did not touch that by a 4-4 vote, but some of the conservative justices said, well, we can come back to this maybe after the election. So the possibilities, as Kevin mentioned, the possibilities there of that being a Bush v. Gore scenario, the possibilities are there, but there has to be basically a perfect storm of problems. The election has to be so close that Pennsylvania is the pivotal state that the election results depend on. The margin of the vote in Pennsylvania has to be the same or less than the number of ballots that are contested. So in other words, the number of ballots that are contested and were counted, they're being held aside. That has to be greater than the margin that separates Biden and Trump so that it would change the election results. So you have to have all those things going on. Remember,
Right.
Bush v. Gore was about 537 ballots.
Yeah, it's pretty, we're really getting in the weeds, but we're understanding how this process works. Jeannie, come on back in. I do wonder how you anticipate, the next few days kind of playing out, or is this a possibility that we go into next week before we really know who is the winner for the White House?
I would expect that we would know sooner than next week. I would think that we should know if Pennsylvania does finish counting by the end of the day today, into tomorrow, as we were originally told. We get results fairly soon, and I don't want to misspeak, out of Arizona, Nevada. Already Arizona, has been called by the AP and others, and Bloomberg has gone with that call. I think we should know because depending on who you are watching, Joe Biden is very close to that 270 mark. Now, that's not to say that the president is not going to challenge those results. So I'm not suggesting that we're going to accept that. Yeah.
Jeannie, and I think that raises such a great point, right? Because just earlier today, Clark County Registrar Joe Gloria, he's the official in Nevada who's overseeing all of this in this incredibly important battleground state right now, 6 electoral votes. He's saying that it might take until Saturday or Sunday before the state's largest county, Clark County, Las Vegas, Clark County, finishes their vote tabulation. So they might not officially give this the stamp of the approval until this weekend out in Nevada. So they're taking their time. I don't want to say they're taking their time, but according to him, he said at a press conference earlier today, quote, "Our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we are being accurate." And he went on to say that they still have at least 63,262 ballots, Carol, that they still have left to count.
Right.
And then coupled with all these legal threats that we're seeing coming from the Trump campaign.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. So, Jeannie, when I watch this process, we've talked about it before. We're going to talk about this later, that maybe we need a better election process, that maybe the Electoral College has, its time has come. What's your observations on this, and what's the likelihood of something changing?
Well, it's such a good question. There are, obviously the Electoral College is part of our Constitution. There are ways to get around, if you will, the Electoral College without amending the Constitution, because I don't see that happening anytime soon. We haven't amended the Constitution since the early 1970s. In this partisan environment, I think it would be tough to do. But we do have movements out there like the National Popular Vote Compact, which are closing in on this sort of back-end way to get around it, which would be that a number of states totaling 270 more electoral college votes agree to the compact where they will follow the National Popular Vote winner. So if they make headway there, and I think, I don't want to misspeak, I think there are about 70 electoral college votes short of that. If they make progress there, if you have enough states following the popular vote like that, then, the idea that the Electoral College winner wouldn't be the popular vote winner would be off the table. Do I think that's going to happen anytime soon? I think it's more likely, if we were to have a result this time where the popular vote winner was not the Electoral College vote winner. If not,
and Carol,
that's not. I doubt it.
Yeah. What were you
Carol,
going to say,
that's where the divided government really gets interesting, especially on changing things like the Supreme Court, because Republicans are looking like they're going to have a majority in the Senate.
Yeah, so...
And that means that is going to happen as far as all the people have been talking about court packing, and it was such a big question, and Joe Biden was going to appoint a commission, and without the Senate, there's not even a question about it.
It's why we have to think about so many different things, especially when it comes to making change. Jeannie Zaino, you're the best. Thank you so much. Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science on the phone from Westchester. Let's get another check on world and national news over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. There are still several states with outstanding vote totals, including Nevada, which has 6 electoral votes at stake. Joe Gloria manages the election process in Clark County, where Las Vegas is located, and says their goal is to be accurate, not necessarily fast.
Our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our #1 goal.
He says they'll likely finish counting the existing ballots on hand by the weekend. Well, President Trump's campaign is mounting legal challenges in a number of states. None, though, seem obviously destined to impact the election's overall outcome. And while all eyes have been on the presidential election, coronavirus infections are surging in the country. Bloomberg's Amy Morris with the latest numbers from Washington.
Coronavirus cases in the U.S. increased 1.1% to nearly 9.5 million cases in the country. Health officials have recorded 100,000 new daily cases. That's a new high. Wisconsin reported record infections and almost full hospitals. Hospital beds are filling up in Florida. Parts of Maryland are looking at dialing back their reopening. Texas added the most cases since August, more than 9,000 in one day. And daily cases have hit a 5-month high in New Jersey. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio. Radio.
A Minnesota judge has rejected defense requests to move the trial of 4 former Minneapolis police officers charged in George Floyd's death. He's also ordered that all 4 be tried together. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Kevin Cirilli. Kevin, this is one of those days when you can really tell what's the top story, because I love going to Most Read. I look at what's going on, and it's almost all election stories. But let's not forget, we just heard from Nancy and our news team, we've got 9.5 million COVID cases here in the United States and 100,000 per day. I mean, COVID, it hasn't gone away, and it was a big election issue.
No.
Or maybe.
No, that's such a great point. And even here in Washington, D.C., where I am, the mayor here, Mayor Bowser, Muriel Bowser, has just imposed additional guidance and restrictions even in terms of travelers. And that's still impacting what is largely a political economy here in the nation's capital. Government workers, of course, members of Congress, their staffs and whatnot, and what they're able to do. And I would just note, Carol, I mean, you look at Germany, France, the UK, which is really an ideologically diverse political spectrum, they've had to impose new restrictions. And the question I keep coming back to that I put to my sources is, if this uptick in the United States keeps on happening, what pressure will that face, or what pressure will that place, rather, on lawmakers getting to fiscal stimulus?
Well, exactly. And I think, one of the conversations we kept having, and I bet you did too, Kevin, it was just kind of shocking that, a month out from the election, 2 weeks out from the election, 6 weeks out from the election, that this whole idea of another stimulus round just wasn't happening. And, I think about, it's the economy, stupid. Like, that's what really matters to voters most when you come to the polls. And especially in a year like this, where so many more people were impacted because of the virus.
And I think it's safe to say there likely won't be fiscal stimulus so long as there's uncertainty in terms of the presidential election. So I think we're going to have to definitely wait until that hurdle is complete. But then I would note that an uptick in cases and governors having to impose new restrictions could put a lot of pressure on policymakers to pass a deal.
Right, and then you do wonder, a divided Congress, what kind of stimulus? We've seen the range. It could be several $1 trillion, or it could be $1 trillion. Still a lot, but does it have, or does it pack as much punch when it comes to the economy? All right, Kev, thanks. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A Thursday rally underway. Stocks holding near session highs. Federal Reserve officials today kept monetary policy in a holding pattern, leaving rates near zero, making no change to asset purchases as the final results of presidential and congressional elections remain unclear. Here's Fed Chair Jay Powell.
With regard to interest rates, we continue to expect that it will be appropriate to maintain the current 0 to 1/4% target range for the federal funds rate until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessments of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time.
Stocks are rallying as investors rush back into technology and healthcare firms on bets that the election results will mean no major tax increases or regulatory changes. S&P up 80 now, up 2.3%. The Dow up 601 points, up 2.2%. Nasdaq up 323, up 2.8%. 10-year yield 0.76%. Gold up 2.6%, $19.51 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $38.66 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie. Jay Powell also saying the recent rise in new coronavirus cases particularly concerning, so we're keeping an eye on that. All right, this week's voting process, man, we were all over it. It seems like it's similar to what happened in 2016. Has many of us wondering about how we elect presidents, and we're talking about the Electoral College. This story, this upcoming story that we're going to talk about, it's in the new issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine. It's about how we maybe need to make America boring again by fixing its dated system. That story reported by Bloomberg News senior international affairs reporter Mark Champion, joining Kevin Cirilli, June Grosso, and me. Mark joining us from London. Mark, it's great to have you here with us. So tell us about our system. Not doing so well, huh?
Yes, I mean, in a way it's ironic because this is a country that has the oldest constitutional democracy in the world, extremely rightly proud of it, the Constitution, and yet the Constitution is part of the problem in the sense that this is an election system that has kind of become ossified. And a lot of the problems that many countries had and have gradually sort of worked out over the years, it hasn't really been possible to do that in the U.S. And so you have a system where, just to take one example, we've had a lot of, toxic debate really over voter ID and voter registration with accusations that, some tools for suppression and all that sort of thing. Well, in a country like India, which has 800 million voters, a very complicated federal system, very complicated elections, they have automatic registration at the age of 18. You're issued automatically, it's sent free in the mail to you, a photo ID card, which is matched to the electoral roll. There simply isn't a problem. So there's a lot of structural issues like that that really come to the surface when the political atmosphere becomes very polarized and the debate becomes, poisonous. And that is really what's happened in the U.S.
Mark, I was really impressed with the system that you just talked about, the automatic registration system in India. But I wonder if anything like that would work here when we're in a country where even with some government directives to wear masks, that there are people who think that impinges on their liberty rights. So I wonder if it would work here.
It's a very, a good question and a good point. I mean, I guess the counter to that would be that a lot of states have implemented what amounts to automatic registration. Other states have not, and that kind of goes to a second issue with the U.S., which is quite unusual in the U.S. Even federal systems like Canada, Germany, India, and others, they have a single electoral authority that administers the election, sets the rules, determines when polling stations open and not, what the ballot design is, and all that. It's done from one end of the country to the other by the same organization applying the same rules. The U.S. Doesn't do that. The U.S. Constitution gives the authority for the elections to individual states. So what you have is a very different voting experience in a state like Georgia from a state like Vermont. And in fact, when rankings are done, where the electoral performance processes of countries across the world are put under the microscope on different criteria, and you come up with a ranking, Vermont is right up there with the best countries, the Scandinavians and Scandinavian countries and so on. But Georgia's, way down at a completely different world, even not doing as well as the Republic of Georgia, the former Soviet Republic of Georgia.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, actually, I'll take that part back. To the Soviets, I mean, they don't have the best record of democracy in the
It's
United
not apples to apples, right?
Yeah, not apples to apples.
But other countries have much better systems than we do. I mean, we have state by state, county by county, and you see what happens. Look at the different results we're getting when, and the different rules that are in place. I mean, I think it's needs reforming.
Well, Mark, come on in, because reading through your story is, there's someone you quote in it, and just as part of the problem is that the U.S. system it's old, that it was drafted when there were no women judges, there were slaves, and California didn't exist. I mean, we all talk about disruption. Systems need to be, revised, made better, and we could do that.
They do need to be revised. And, Germany, for example, is constantly revising its electoral system and its constitution. It's just much easier to do. And the irony is that, Americans after the war were quite involved one way and another in, helping the Germans with their constitution. But, the American Constitution itself is very hard to change. It has been changed not very many times. It is... at times that's a great thing. At other times, it's an obstacle.
What does the United States do right, Mark?
What does it do right? Well,
yes.
Actually, it was quite interesting listening to the OSCE monitors for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. They monitor, elections in all of their member states. There are 57 of them, including the U.S. Every member is committed to let these monitors come and look at their elections. And at the end, they say what was good, what was bad, and they give recommendations and so on. And one of the things that they said is that really the spirit, so this is the spirit of all the people who are running the elections, the volunteers, the local officials. There's an army of people out there doing it. And the point that they made is that, the reason this system works, it is still a functioning democracy, is that all these people, are, they're doing something they believe in, and that they are, fairly well trained. They know what they're doing, and so that works. Where they said that it falls down,
right?
Well,
and no easy feat, mind you, no easy feat.
No, not an easy feat at all, and it's sort of it had to grow organically. Because it isn't just done by, a single organization that kind of can hone all of its, the wheels of its machinery. It happens, organically and grows up over the years in different ways in different states. And at times, normally that worked fine. All through the 20th century, it worked fine. But, increasingly it's a problem, and that's really because of the polarization, and that presses down on the weaknesses in the systems. The places where someone can, take advantage.
Right.
And arguably, you've seen that happen where several states, with the mail-in votes and so on, several states said, well, you can't start counting until, Election Day.
Right.
Whereas other states counted early and it was all dealt with. And now you have, we have what we have with the president saying that these... Yeah.
Mark, we got to run. I'm so sorry, but everybody should go online, check out the magazine, because it's a great read. I mean, it's a very different country when our forefathers created it, that's for sure. For those of you listening, New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, November 5th. Federal Reserve officials are sticking to the script, holding the central bank's benchmark interest rate near zero at today's policy meeting. And with more, let's get details from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Fed officials have pledged to stay put for at least 3 years as the economy grapples with COVID-19. The latest policy statement says economic activity and employment have continued to recover, but remain well below the beginning of the year. Fed officials next meet in mid-December. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
General Motors today reported a better-than-expected profit in the third quarter and double-digit margins in North America's demand for trucks powered its recovery from a slump in sales earlier this year. GM shares are up today by 4.6%. Sources tell Bloomberg the Justice Department is preparing to sue to block Visa's $5.3 billion acquisition of closely held Plaid Inc. over concerns that the deal would harm competition in the global payment system. Both companies, Plaid and Visa, are based in San Francisco. Visa shares, they're up right now by 2.4%. Lots of people ordering pizza on election night. Papa John International saw a big spike in pizza sales. And last night as well, CEO Rob Lynch, however, says he is not enough to skew the next quarter's results. After earnings this morning, Papa John shares surging now by 7.5%. Stocks are rallying globally as investors rush back into technology and healthcare firms on bets that the election results will mean no major tax increases or regulatory changes that could derail the sectors. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest. Our election coverage continues right here on Bloomberg Business Week. S&P up now by 79. That is a gain of 2.3%. The Dow's advancing 588 points. We're close to session highs, up 2.1%. Nasdaq up 329. That is a gain of 2.8%. 10 years down 2/32. 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold up 2.5% now. $19.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%. $38.59 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week. On this, it's still Election Thursday, it feels like. With me, of course, is Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg News Chief Washington Correspondent of Bloomberg Radio and TV, host of Bloomberg Sound On, June Grosso, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio. And President Trump's legal team, man, this has been an important issue, we know, of this election cycle. We've been anticipating the legal angle of the election leading up to the election, and we continue to talk about it as Trump's team in particular has really flooded states with lawsuits as the count continues. Let's get into what we need to know on the legal front. Derek Muller is professor of law at University of Iowa College of Law. He's taught courses in election law and federal courts and so much more. He joins us on the phone from Iowa City, Iowa. Derek, great to have you here with Kevin and June and myself. So when you look at this, and here we are waiting for an outcome, we know that there are talks of recounts and legal cases. What is it that you think is the most important when it comes to the legal story of election 2020?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of flooding the zone right now with lawsuits. I think about, there's sort of three tracks happening right now, but it's sort of an open question about how many, if any, are going to be decisive, right? So there's the one track where there are lawsuits saying that the Trump campaign's been denied access to observe certain procedures in the election. They won one of those in Pennsylvania today that's on appeal, and there's some others pending in other states to say we need to have our people in the building to make sure everything looks okay. That might slow things down briefly, but it doesn't really change a whole lot, except unless the observers object. The second thing is to think about sort of challenges to certain batches of ballots. So they've sued in some places in Georgia and Pennsylvania to say this county has had this particular procedure, either with a handwriting mismatch or the like, that wasn't sort of properly approved. They're not implementing it correctly. So those might affect small batches of ballots. So far they haven't, but that's sort of one potential thing to think about. And the third is the recounts. They've already indicated they'd like to recount Wisconsin. We'll see. We're sort of waiting for some final results. Right? We have to finish the count before we can get to the recount, and then we'll see what happens. But I think, with all of these things, it depends. If the Biden campaign appears to be substantially ahead in a large number of states at the end of these counts, it's going to be very hard to succeed because you really got to get all your ducks in a row in all these places.
So, Derek,
lawsuits were dismissed in Michigan and Georgia, and today Pennsylvania Republicans withdrew their request for a court order in a suburban county near Philly where they accused officials of illegally allowing mail-in ballots to be counted before Election Day. Now, there are the losses. The one win that I see is the one you referred to, where about access to the counting process and could they get closer to watch 6 feet instead of the 30 feet. Do you see any other victories that the Trump campaign has had in lawsuits?
No other victories so far, at least none that I've seen. There are so many, it's hard to keep track.
Exactly.
But I think, the observer ones are interesting because they really are facts on the ground, right? They are the questions about, was this observer doing something disruptive? Were they entitled to be there? Was it a timing issue? Whatever it might be. And again, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is reconsidering the challenge we just talked about. For some of these other ones saying, these ballots shouldn't be counted, they should be excluded, that they're not cured properly. Those might take a few more days because they're not as pressing, right? The observation has to be happening right now as they're counting, whereas if we've counted everything else and we're fighting over a smaller batch of ballots, those things might come, in the next week. So we'll see about that front. But it's very hard. There's sort of, again, a lot of things out there, and it's hard to tell without getting deep in the weeds on the particular facts and the trustworthiness of the witnesses' allegations and what the other side has to say about whether or not this is normal. It's just hard to sort of make sort of broad-based claims about whether any particular ones look really good at this time.
And just following up on, there are several lawsuits that are talking about and requiring or want more access to the ballot process, as you just described. But will those mean anything after the vote is counted? I mean, yes, they want to get access, they want to see closer, but what happens after the ballots are counted? Where does that leave them? Is there any remedy for them?
So after they're counted, right? So, the observation there is particularly important to make sure that teams are counting ballots appropriately. So, I think it varies a little bit from state to state, but most states have a process where there's already a bipartisan team who's supposed to be there counting the ballots. Especially with absentee ballots, they have to pull them out of the envelope and flatten them out and run them through their machine. And then sometimes there's questions. If the machine doesn't pick up on it, is it because the ballot was torn or mangled or folded a different way? Did they use red pen instead of black pen and the machine didn't pick it up? And then there's some sort of question, well, how do we count this ballot? And usually, again, that bipartisan team reaches a consensus conclusion. And so the observers are there just to make sure that everyone's sort of complying with the law, that they're not sort of throwing out a batch of ballots or they're including ones that should have been excluded, and they can provide that opportunity to challenge. But once the sort of challenges have sort of run their course and the ballots are run through the machine and added into those totals, it's really hard to unscramble the egg at that point, right? Unless you can prove something systemic, fraudulent across the state or in a broad way to undermine the election results, the totals are the totals.
Look, Carol, and you and I have talked about this offline, right? I think there's, you go back to 2000 and that election, and Americans largely.
Hey, Kev, hang on a second, because I want to get to you. Let's finish that thought, but there's a lot going on, including the Atlanta Secretary of State giving an update on the election count. Let's go to Atlanta.
Why they had the 7,700 out there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those who were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them and they looked and realized they had not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked paper ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UACAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UACAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how long you think it will take for the count?
Well, let's see. First of all, I'm not the secretary. I'm a statewide voting system implementation manager.
I apologize. Let me ask you that question again.
Yeah.
How long do you think it will take for it?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate
All right,
having
you've been
the
listening
count
to Gabriel Sterling, the Georgia voting head of the Georgia voting system. Excuse me, I'm just trying to listen a little bit more to that press conference. But obviously, going through the intricacy of the vote, talking a little bit about a corrupt chip, the necessity of having a paper ballot backup to be able to check some of the votes, and also talking about some of the military votes and votes potentially still coming in. I mean, this is what we've gotten down to, count by count. The different votes that maybe haven't been counted yet, and just making sure that what has been voted is certainly secure and accurate. So we'll continue to certainly monitor the counting that's going on in some of those key states where we have yet to call a winner. So we'll continue to monitor that. I do want to get back, though, to our conversation. Still with us is Derek Muller, professor of law at University of Iowa College of Law, on the phone from Iowa City, and Kevin Cirilli, of course, with us, and June Grasso. So, Derek, you're listening to that. I mean, it really gets down to the nitty-gritty, but it does, it makes me wonder as an American, and I thought about that because I actually walked to the polls. I like to see the process, but it does, get to the question and begs, the question of, how safe, how reliable is our election process? And I don't know if you can tell from past legal challenges and what's happening today, but what is your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think people feel pretty confident in the election systems as safe and secure, at various levels, right? I mean, we do the best we can. There's going to be mistakes and problems that happen. And I think, that press conference is a great illustration that, sometimes it's the wrong form of a ballot. And one of the things in the United States that maybe is a little different from other parts of the world, we don't only just have 50 states running elections. In a lot of places, it's really county or sometimes even at local municipalities running elections, and they're making these decisions, and sometimes problems arise. So one of the things they talked about in Georgia is there are about 400 ballots that were on the wrong kind of paper to run through the machine, and so they have to duplicate them, which is they get a bipartisan team together and they refill out the ballots on a proper kind of ballot that they can run through the machine, compare it to the other one that everyone agrees that was the voter's intent, run it through the machine, and we count it up. So it's sometimes just a long slog to get through this process, but I think for the most part we get over those hiccups, we make it through, and we're going to see a total hopefully in the weeks to come.
I think the 2000 election educated the majority of Americans about the Electoral College and the popular vote. Yeah. And I think that this election is educating people about the patchwork of different regulations, Derek, in terms of every state having a different process. And we talked about the negatives of that process, but it really does bear to keep in mind about the benefits of that process from a national security perspective. I think back to before the 2018 midterms, when there was a widespread briefing for the media run by the nonpartisan intelligence community officials just as they elaborated upon the significant national security risks that local governments, local municipalities actually face, and that it makes it much more difficult for a hostile foreign actor, whether it be Russia or Iran or China, as we've seen in this election efforts to do so, for them to hack into a smaller system versus having to do it for one blanket uniform concrete system. So I think that bears keeping in mind as well. When all of this is said and done, from a legal perspective, Derek, and based upon history, what has the previous elections, what was, for example, the most previously litigated election? Do we know? And how do you think this might change course for future elections?
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to think about the comparison of pre-election day challenges and post-election day challenges. And to be frank, I think this election will blow out all records on both fronts. On the pre-election side, right, COVID really did a number. I mean, we had hundreds of lawsuits.
Understatement of the year.
Yeah,
COVID really did a number.
Hundreds of them, right? Now, it's worth, thinking about, on the post-election day side of things. Yeah, I think the Trump campaign, again, is sort of flooding the airwaves with sort of with lawsuits all over the place on a lot of matters. In Florida in 2000, we talk about Bush versus Gore, but I mean, there were, at least 30 lawsuits filed at various stages by various folks, voters, interested groups, federal court, state court, all over sort of challenging these things, challenging various sort of things. It just kind of all got channeled into the one case of Bush versus Gore. That was the ultimate sort of denouement, if you will, of what happened there. So it's interesting in the United States because elections have traditionally been something reserved to the political process, to be frank. If there were disputes about elections, it was really something that Congress resolved. Congress resolved the election of 1876, one of the most contested elections in American history. Congress resolved the tie of the election in 1800, right? It was that sort of a process. But, since Bush versus Gore, we've increasingly looked at litigation and said, maybe that's an attractive place for us to be thinking about how to resolve these disputes, and whether it was John Kerry's, attempt that never went through about challenging Ohio in 2004 versus the recount efforts by Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate who funded recounts in Wisconsin in 2016. There's sort of people have been eyeing, whether or not it's the right time for the next sort of stage of lawsuits. And this is just, I think, as the counting drags on, we're just going to see more lawsuits sort of crop up if that's the case.
And Derek, I just wonder your reaction, because as I keep watching all these many little press conferences from local officials, local election officials, it seems what impresses me is how serious they are, how everyone is taking this really seriously, and they're really trying to follow all the rules and regulations. They haven't found any kind of fraud. They haven't found an election worker who did something wrong or ballots that were put in the wrong place. It seems like they're really doing what they have to do, and that's why most of these lawsuits are going to fail in the end.
Yeah, so I mean, I think at a high level, I think that's right. There's no question that we've seen instances of poll workers who have committed fraud, right? And those they happen. They're out there. There's examples of it. They're rare, but they're out there. Ballots haven't been found, although to be fair, so far it seems like in places like Pennsylvania, they are stumbling across some they haven't found earlier. But I mean, again,
a few here and there, yeah.
But you have to think about the scope, right? Yeah, we've had if some of these states have been having mail-in ballots for over a month. I mean, I don't know how often you step foot into your local city hall or county government building. They're often sort of these older buildings where there's sort of workers who are crammed on top of each other and filing cabinets and random closets in the basement, right? And if you're getting stacks and stacks of mail, it sometimes gets shoved aside if it was back September 30th when you got this batch. So it's sort of all the kinks in the process working themselves out at this stage as we're trying to get through.
Also, COVID.
Yeah.
The COVID problems are just magnifying everything.
Yeah, you don't have the staff in the building who are processing these ballots or looking at them or with that sort of regularity in sight. No, absolutely. But I think you're right. You've exactly hit the nail on the head that there hasn't been sort of an allegation of sort of widespread fraud, right? We don't see any sort of evidence that there's someone's cooking the book somewhere Maybe we'll find an isolated incident or two well after Election Day, but so far the process, I think you're right. The local officials take it very seriously and want to do the right thing.
And let's remember, for many states, mail-in ballots, they've been doing this for years, so they do have those systems in place. To be fair, though, the sheer volume of the mail-in ballots this year has certainly been something that I think a lot of folks weren't necessarily used to. So the counting continues. We're going to get back to this discussion in just a moment. Do want to remind everyone, it is a Fed Thursday, wrapping up a meeting today, the Federal Reserve, keeping policy steady, rates on hold, asset buying unchanged. Having said that, we're just about 40 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday, and equities bouncing around a little bit, but pretty steady and just off their highs of the session. That amounts to about a 2% gain on the S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 546 points, also up almost 2%, and the Nasdaq definitely the outperformer. The Nasdaq up more than 300 points, good for a gain of 2.6%. All right, let's get back to our discussion. So, Derek Muller, if you could change anything to make this a more secure process so that we don't necessarily have this legal wrangling or legal questions in the future, what would we need to do? Because I think Kevin brought up a really smart and important point that as we try to keep our elections secure, that maybe they are more secure, by the states, really overseeing these processes. But it does create then a multitude of systems, right, in the process. So how could we make it better and safer maybe, or more reassuring, if you will, on a legal basis?
Yeah, I think there's a few things for us to think about going forward. And I would hope, the problem is there's sort of the bipartisan efforts, but they often get swallowed up in the partisan efforts as Congress sort of wants to do sort of what their side wants, whether it's voter ID or whatever it might be. I think first, despite the fact that there's this decentralization, the Election Assistance Commission with the Department of Homeland Security and Director of National Intelligence and others have really worked very hard to help think about making sure that our critical systems infrastructure in the United States is secure, that it's going to be resilient in the face of attack, that they're certifying election systems and ensuring that while states have choices, they're choices within sort of a suite or a variety of options. So I think that's one important thing to think about going forward, whether or not there should be some maybe more uniformity, but really more just sort of oversight to ensure that the states are doing this appropriately. Another thing is, as we think about this sort of ballot processing thing with these states, one of the problems that happened is, especially in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, you had Republican legislatures with Democratic governors really fighting a lot about this process, including the process of processing ballots ahead of Election Day. States like Florida, after 2000, really got their act together. They let clerks start looking at the ballots early, not to count them, just to make sure that the voters are eligible and that the signatures match and everything.
Hanging
like
chads
that.
will do that to you, right?
Yeah, so that's the trauma was good. If you saw Governor Jeb Bush tweeted out, yesterday that he was glad they got their act together and fixed things. So I think there might be a place in the United States to think about some of these little tweaks about, maybe encouraging states, because Congress has robust authority, both in terms of giving states cash to run elections and in its elections clause authority for congressional elections to say, you should start, opening the envelopes, the Friday before the election. Like that's a standard we're going to put in place. And I think some of these standards could be non-controversial bipartisan solutions. There's just going to be a question of whether there's an appetite for that in Washington, D.C. in 2021.
So I heard some people say, I don't remember where it came from, I can't give anyone credit, that the postmark that's smudged is going to be the hanging chad of the 2020 elections. Have you seen that? Because that can be a factor in a lot of these states.
Yeah, and even more to the point, the one case that is still lingering before the Supreme Court is out of Pennsylvania, where they would accept those ballots postmarked on Election Day up through tomorrow, Friday, but also those ballots that don't have a postmark at all, right? I think rethinking how the Postal Service handles ballots, and not just in volume, but in terms of the speed of delivery and so on, is another sort of pressing concern for the next Postmaster General or for Congress in its oversight function. Congress had some hearings where they sort of dragooned the Postmaster General to sort of fight about this stuff late summer. There's a federal judge in Washington, D.C. who's sort of been micromanaging the Postal Service sort of on a day-by-day basis. those are not long-term solutions, and they're not sort of in the benefit of the national interest, right? So I'm not a postal service expert, far from it, but it is something I think that will require a little bit of oversight, going forward.
Yeah, well, that's for sure.
You may have to become one. We all may.
Maybe.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Derek, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Derek Muller, professor of law at University of Iowa College of Law, joining us on the phone from Iowa City, Iowa. I mean, June, you understand this world, the legal world in particular. I mean, do you anticipate that we're going to see changes, just quickly?
Well, the problem is, I think to see changes, you have to have a unified government, and I don't think we're going to get that. So a lot of these changes will take obviously the House and the Senate.
Right. Well, listen, markets like divided government, but not necessarily when you're trying to for those who want to get something done, it makes it much more complicated. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, along with June Grosso and Kevin Cirilli. We're going to continue our conversation about election 2020 as we continue to watch the counting that's going on in many states still around the country as it pertains to the election outcome. First up, though, let's get back to your top business stories and another check on that trading day. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Carol Masser. 28 minutes to go ahead of the close. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq closed to session highs. Fed Chair Jay Powell is stressing that the economy needs more fiscal and monetary policy support. He's also warning that mounting coronavirus infection rates are a risk.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have taken forceful actions to provide relief and stability, to ensure that the recovery will be as strong as possible, and to limit lasting damage to the economy. Today, my colleagues on the Federal Open Market Committee and I reaffirmed our commitment to support the economy in this challenging time.
AstraZeneca's third-quarter profit fell short of analyst estimates as the pandemic inflated costs and discouraged some doctor visits and diagnoses. As coronavirus cases continue to surge in the United States, there are questions about what shift in strategy we might see in a potential Biden administration. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
I think the mixed messaging from the Trump administration has sowed confusion and it sowed doubt about the importance of the epidemic, and I think that's one of the most important things that the Biden administration would change.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. After earnings, Qualcomm shares soaring after reporting fourth-quarter results that beat expectations. Qualcomm shares up right now by 12.5%. It is an update on Wall Street. S&P up 73, higher by 2.1%. The Dow up now by 555 points. That is a gain of 2%. Nasdaq up 304, up 2.6%. 10-year down 3/32, 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold up 2.5%. $19.49 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%. $38.53 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And as I said, we're still, of course, watching the counting of votes in a handful of key states when it comes to the election outcome. Well, this election, once again, we saw a Democratic presidential candidate collecting more popular votes than his Republican